morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you please to find your seats. We're gonna begin soon. Good morning, everyone. We're gonna start. We're gonna bring the links up and start. So, good to start here. Good morning again. Welcome to the Middle East Network Operator Group and Peering Forum, the largest non-technical, non-commercial, technical, educational, community-oriented activity in the Middle East. We are happy to have all of you here in Dubai to participate in this meeting. We are happy to have you again. We were in Dubai before, and we are happy to be in Dubai again, our beloved Dubai again here. So it's our pleasure to kick off this meeting and this great program that we have worked hard to put together. So in order to start, thank you for attending. In order to start, to give the official host welcome, I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Mahmoud Al-Bannai from Itsalati, and please welcome him to the stage.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, and it is a pleasure for me to have you all on this day in Dubai, hosting you in Dubai with the start and kickoff of MENOG, 25th MENOG actually in Dubai. This is good news that we have you here in Dubai. And it's another good news that we are celebrating the 25th anniversary for MENOG in Dubai also. It is a good time that we are having also MENOG during our National Days celebration also. So please enjoy later on Dubai and enjoy also MENOG program. I'm sure that MENOG have very insightful program and a very lengthy program that it is give us more information on how to handle our networks, internet and peering for the future and for the time being also. Morning session always carries a sense of a clarity. So this allows us to keep and step back and have a thought about our operations and our internet networks. How to build a stronger, a smarter, and more resilient networks for the region. Over the past years, we have seen an increased demands over the internet and different flows of peering going from south to west or from north to south, different directions of flows of internet. And this makes more pressure on us to study how we can operate our networks in more resilient and smarter way. We have seen a single outage that has been in a global around us in MENA or in different locations of the world. How did it impact the customer experience and challenge the resilience in the most mature networks? These moments force us for rapid decision making and push us to the extreme to think about our network strategies and how we build a network that can survive not as a system, to be a living system that must adapt at real time. When we say at real time, it means that we have to have monitoring, we have to have performance, we have to look about other things like security and peering. All of those are critical for us in the industry. So we see operators strengthening their structured network. We see them expanding and deepening at the peering relationships. And that's why we are here all together. Increasing the interconnections, reducing the single point of failures, enhancing the visibility across the routes, which is crucial. Address the security and internet issues, including the governance for sure. With the continual evolution of data center and internet exchanges points, we are able to bring traffic even closer to the edge and create an environment where predictability improves. Latency drops down and resilience increases, even in a high pressure situations or scenarios, like what happened recently in Red Sea. The global outages wave earlier this year served a reminder that none of us as an operator in an isolation. We are working as a collaboration. Resilience is shared responsibility. It is built through collaboration, transparency, and open exchanges. Exactly what MENOG is designed for. I believe we are a stronger position today because of the mindset that we are having. As we begin this day together, I hope we use this space to share experience and challenges, assumptions, and shape the next chapter of operational excellence for our region. On behalf of EN, thank you once again for being here, energized and ready to contribute, and we look forward to learning with you and from you throughout MENOG. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'm passing it even to my colleague Mohammed Abbas for his speech. Thank you very much.
I hope it won't be long, it won't be boring. So good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. This is our official greeting in this region, and welcome to Dubai. It's a privilege to stand before you here today, and on behalf of EN, I'm honored to welcome a room that is filled by individuals who keep our region connected, resilient, and prepared for the future. And as Mahmoud said, actually it's a triple celebrations. We celebrate the 25th anniversary of MENOG. We celebrate MENOG coming back to Dubai, and we celebrate also the National Day of the UAE. For a quarter of a decade, MENOG has been more than just a technical gathering. It has grown into a vibrant community and a shared heartbeat for our region's internet ecosystem. Operators, engineers, researchers, IX specialists, infrastructure architects, and innovators have all played a vital role in our quietly powering the digital lives of hundreds of millions across the Middle East and beyond. Each year, MENOG reminds us of the fundamentals that drive our industry forward: the value of collaboration, the responsibility of stewardship, and the importance of pushing boundaries always together. The conversations that take place here ripple across borders with routing decisions, resilience strategies, interconnection philosophies, new standards, the best practices that begin in this room. At EN, we have witnessed firsthand how collaboration drives impact. The last few years have brought major shifts from the surge in cloud adoption and changing traffic patterns to the growing need of the low latency routes, regional peering, disrupted technologies, and more resilient digital pathway. I don't want to make it too long. I welcome you all here in Dubai again. Happy to see you, and looking forward to connect with each one of you separately or in groups. And for those who are registered for the dinner tonight, we would like to welcome you to the E&D sponsored dinner tonight. Thank you so much for being here today. Now I'll hand it over to Khalid.
Thanks, Mr. Muhammad and Mr. Mahmoud for the warm welcome. So moving forward, please join me welcoming Mr. Hisham Ibrahim from Weible and CC for opening speech. Yeah.
Morning, everyone. My name is Hisham Ibrahim. I'm from the Weible and CC. Some of you might know me from years of attending MENOG before. It's a pleasure to see you in the room, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to MENOG 25. I thought about a lot of interesting things to say, but the two excellent speakers before me, Muhammad and Mahmoud, covered a lot of wonderful things about collaboration and the spirit of what MENOG brings and how we all need to come together to be able to move forward. So I won't cover what they did because they did it much elegantly than I would. But I will say something. I'm a big fan of looking at the history. I'm a believer if you don't know where you're coming from, you won't know how to move forward. So just very quickly, talking about MENOG in 2 minutes. MENOG started as a network operators group, just talking about some of the technical issues. This was over 25 years, well, not 25 years, 25 editions of MENOG ago. But then, as we put our finger on the pulse of what the region needed, we figured out quickly that more need for collaboration and peering and interconnection was needed here. It was a time where the region didn't have a lot of interconnection or exchange points even. Over the past decade, we've seen that landscape completely change, where almost every country in the Middle East has now an IXB, where everybody's talking about how to come together and collaborate, whether at MENOG or other forums as well, which is something that we're really appreciating, the rapid change that we're seeing in the region here. MENOG is meant to be a technical platform where people come together, not only from the Middle East, but from all over the world. It is not a political event. We do not define what the Middle East is, but if you have an interest in understanding what's happening, this is a place to be. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing the events of the day unfold. Thank you.
Thanks, Hisham. So please now join me welcoming Mr. James Cowie from Weible and CC as well to talk about mapping internet resilience. Mr. James, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm James Cowie, working with the Weible and CC, but in my other life, I am a research fellow at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard, where my research deals with the history of the internet. Without studying the history, we are lost, but also about the future of AI infrastructure and how that's probably going to follow in the footsteps of internet infrastructure as it has grown out. Very important, especially outside the US and outside Europe. But today, we're going to talk about a very quick overview. My colleague Michela and I will share with you some of the information about how RIPE Labs studies cable cuts and through the Atlas data extracts the signal that tells you a little bit more about how the internet has been functioning throughout history and how it's functioning today for you. I will not pretend that these this work is my own. This work is done by my fantastic colleague, Emil Aben, a data scientist who many of you will know from RIPE Labs, along with his team, Joachim Ortiz and Lynn van der Horst, who've done amazing work in studying how to pull signal from this noise. So everybody should take a look at what happened here. I think you've probably heard about this. There was a series of cable incidents, and what caused them is not important because we look at data, we look at impacts, and we look at how the internet responds, how resilient it is when it is faced with a challenge like this. So this was back in about a year ago. There are cables from Lithuania to Sweden, from Finland to Germany, which had outages. And then later they were restored. So what we wanted to do was to take a look at how you would see this in the RIPE Atlas platform. So we'll talk more about RIPE Atlas in a bit. But this is a huge opportunity, something that you are eligible to participate in as members of the community, to host probes, to host anchors. We have over 900 anchors deployed, performing measurements to each other 24 hours a day, capturing events like this. In particular, about every 4 minutes they ping each other. About every 15 minutes they trace route to each other, 24 hours a day, from 900 locations to 900 locations. And so we get this mesh of measurements, which we can then dig into at RIPE Labs to figure out what has happened, and did it matter, and how did the internet recover? And so, without going into too much detail, because our time is short, before I go and show you data, think about what the data means. Right? I'm going to show you round trip times of packets crossing the internet and coming back, latencies. If a latency number goes up, there's usually about 2 reasons for that. One is it's taking a different path, which means that it is literally the packets are traversing more kilometers. The more kilometers we have light speed, the delays will go up. That looks like something. When people engineer their way around traffic problems, traffic will often end up on a router that may not be large enough, or its links may not be provisioned large enough to handle the traffic that they're suddenly receiving because of a problem somewhere else. In that situation, you will start to see congestion, right? You'll start to see queuing delays in the router or link delays. And so you'll see additional round-trip latency increases bubbling up. And then finally, if those 2 things happen, what happens next is that you get packet loss, right? You actually get packets dropped. We lose the ability to measure, and we measure that as loss. That's the worst scenario. So let's dig in, having set the stage. Here's what happened on the 17th of November. We had the BCS East-West cable. It gets broken. The next day we had Sea Lion. It gets broken. Now we're fortunate in Atlas that we have about 100 and change anchors all around this region. You can see them here as the yellow dots, right? So this is a good situation for the scientists. We can see what's going on across, from multiple regions and also across multiple providers, critically important. So you get a plot like this. Now most of this plot is white space, meaning that there's no detectable change in what's going on, okay? Top to bottom are pairs of our anchors. Each line is a pair of anchors, and time over 24 hours runs along the bottom. Latencies are in orange, so you can see up top, a set of these anchor pairs has detected an increase in latency right at this time. This is the time of the cable cut. It is like a light switch turning on. The latencies, which sum at the top, turn orange, and somebody is sending traffic down a longer path. If you zoom into the top, you'll see a second signal, the black line. That shows you the percentage packet loss. Now, you probably can't read the scale, but this is a tiny amount of packet loss. This is single-digit %, occasional, sporadic. It means that there is no correlation here between the event time and occasional packet loss. So this is good. This means that in this event, we have some latency delay. It's pretty sharp, so it's about a path length change. We don't see a lot of congestion, and we don't see a lot of packet loss. This is good. Here's the next day. Something happens mysteriously. to another cable. And here again, it looks very similar. There's a moment in time, there's the cable cut, latencies go up, paths have changed. You can see later on, some of these anchor pairs are detecting additional latency building due to congestion, presumably. It rises a little bit, but again, there's no correlated pattern of packet loss. This is pretty much working as the internet is supposed to. And sometime later, I don't know, 11 days later, they get around to repairing it. You can see some congestion noise as the engineers do their thing and traffic moves around, and boom, it's over. The latencies go back to normal. Situation back to the status quo ante. So that's it. This was geopolitically, et cetera, this was talked about quite a lot. But from the standpoint of the internet, as carefully monitored by a very dense set of probes, it was not a big change. Some percentage of paths saw a little bit of increased latency. That's it. So, internet router round damage. We can compare it to another event. This is the one that we're just starting to study back in September. The event here in the Red Sea, where we had cable cuts. And the problem here is, as you can see from the anchor plot, we have very many fewer anchors here. Okay, so it's much harder for us to get 2 anchors on 2 sides of this event so that we can really distinguish what's going on at a fine level. But this is what it looks like. So we get a huge explosion of latency across many different anchor pairs. Here we've actually picked our anchors to be between France and India. So 2 sides of this region. 100 milliseconds of increase and quite a lot of packet loss. If we take a look at the drill in, the scaling here is not quite good, but the black line shows you that momentarily there was about 50% packet loss between India and France. So that's not good. It recovers to some extent, but it's still quite a significant event. So if we were to go in and deeper dive on this, we're going to take a look. If you really get enough anchors on both sides of an event like this, you start to see the patterns. You can drill in. So from bottom up, different things are happening to fix the event, right? Circuit level rerouting, where somebody had a protected physical path. It switches over. We never even see it in trace route. Routers are the same. Maybe there's intra-domain routing. So inside an ISP, we see the routers change, but the AS paths basically the relationships are still intact. Sometimes somebody just can't handle the traffic, and BGP changes. Things take a very different path. And in fact, we saw all of these during the Baltic Sea cable cut. All 3 of these mechanisms work to protect the internet so that most customers in Northern Europe never even detected that this problem had happened. Here, a little different story. And as I say, we're still studying it. But think about this. I mean, this is one of the trace routes we measured from India to France before and after. What happens after? India starts routing to France through America. What can we say? I mean, the internet works as it's supposed to, generally. The more that we do to maintain resilience, the better off we are. But as a researcher, if you are running Atlas probes and anchors, I thank you, because it's that data that allows us to figure out these stories and paint the picture for everybody in the community of what's going on. Resilience is not guaranteed, and we have to keep monitoring. And critically, we have to keep building this network. So with that, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Michela, who will tell you a little bit about why you might want to help build this network.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michela. I'm working for APNIC. I'm working in a community development department, but we deal a lot with our services, of course. We're trying to promote and get people involved. So thank you, Jim, for giving us an insight from the point of view of researchers. Why is coverage so important for researchers? Without having these vantage points where they can measure from, we will not have had this presentation and these insights, and we cannot improve the internet. So this is what we want, right? So what I want to tell you is, you don't need to be a researcher to use RIPE Atlas. because we are not all researchers, right? Researchers are like data magicians. They can do so much with data. But what if you are a network operator and you need quick insights in what is going on? You don't have the time to look at millions of data. You want a fast answer. So RPKI can also do that for you. So this is just an example to show you that we also have a user interface that is much more user-friendly and that you can use to get your insights in more or less the same way as the researchers are doing. Of course, they go much deeper than what we can do with this, for instance, visualization. But what I can tell you is, I am not a researcher, I'm not even technical, but I was able to find this overview of the same event that James just showed for the Red Sea event. So how did I do it? I only needed to know when it happened. I needed to know which pairs of anchors were used for this research. And then basically I got this result. This is an experimental view, so we are still working on it, but we will be doing more work on this direction so that actually the data can be useful also for your own measurements. And you can see when there is a degradation in performance, it's quite obvious. Here we can see from green to red. So this is an alert, right? This is where I want to focus my attention. This is where my issue might be in my network. So this is just to give you an example of what Atlas can do. But if you are not convinced yet in participating in RPKI, I can tell you a little bit more about the platform itself. So what is RPKI? It's one of the biggest internet measurement platform in the world. It has a global coverage, so we have vantage points all around the world, which is quite important right now. Internet is global, right? You don't want only to be looking at your network from a local perspective, but you want actually to use many vantage points all around the world sometimes. So think about, how is my network reachable from a neighboring country? This is what you can do with Atlas, as soon as, of course, there is coverage of these vantage points, the probes or anchors. And what more? So it's not only about actually coverage in data centers. Atlas is not only connected in data centers, you can also have probes in the user's home. And this also gives quite a unique perspective of how your network is seen, also from the home of the users. And we have seen these beautiful insights that the researchers have been found out using the measurements done with anchors that RPKI is running. But in reality, you can also do your own measurements at any time you want and when it's needed, or you can also have these ongoing measurements if you want to have your network monitored. And it's an open and trusted platform. Open, it's a community project. It's very important, this element. Everybody is welcome to join RPKI and to host a probe and anchor and to run measurements. Trusted, we are a not-for-profit. We have no vendor associated with us. So basically, the data that we are getting is what we are showing. We are not making it better. We are not making it worse. And why not mentioning the monetary aspect? So money is an important element, right, in this world. So it's for free. You can use this amazing platform with 14,000 vantage points around the world to measure your network for free. We only have a system with RPKI credits. And how can you get these credits? By hosting a probe, hosting an anchor. If you are a RPKI member, you can also claim 1 million credits per month. And if you are sponsoring RPKI. And for the more technical audience, RPKI does not measure layer 2 level, but it's doing an observation only on level 3. So, we have been talking about lack of coverage in this area. So, how many, well, let's have a look at it, right? So we have been seeing some numbers before. I don't know if you remember, so I'm repeating them quickly. We have about 900 anchors connected around the world. Actually, yesterday I checked and it was 940. So we are approaching 1,000. So in Germany only, we have 100. We saw that before. The Baltic Sea investigation was, I'm not saying easy, because that wouldn't be respectful for the researchers that put a lot of work on it, but they had a lot of data, and that made also more reliable their conclusions, because they could compare a lot of trace routes between the anchors located in the area of the Baltic Sea. While with the Red Sea, there were more challenges because of this lack of coverage. Well, look at the numbers here. In this, all these countries in the Middle East, we have only a total of 11 anchors. So in Germany, 100, and here in all these countries, we only have 11 anchors. So I hope that you can help us in coloring this graph more green and getting more anchors connected in the region, so that next time we can present a little bit more about what is happening after a certain event. And it doesn't have to be a negative event, it could be also something positive. Think about a change in your infrastructure or whatever that you want to see how was before and what is after. That you can do as well if you have an anchor, and this would be beneficial for your own network as well to know. So, with this, our presentation is finished. I hope you can find me these 2 days. I will be around. We do have some probes with us to distribute. Please come and talk to us. I will be glad to show you more about RIPE Atlas, give you a demo, and letting you basically experience the user interface and see how it can be useful also for your own network. So don't only think about, yes, I'm contributing to the good of internet, which is already a very good cause in itself, but I can also use it for my own network and take advantage of this. And I contributed to the whole internet in your country as well. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michela. Thanks, teams, for the great presentation and the stuff that we have shared. Now we have one of the best sessions that we have on the agenda today. Actually, we have a wide program that covers lots of topics, but this is like for the panel discussion. Let me please introduce my colleague, Halil to start, give you an introduction about the panel discussion that we have now. Then we're gonna invite the panelists to the stage as well. Halil, the stage is yours.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Sabah al-khair. I hope everyone is well and energized for MENOG today. So it's great to be back in Dubai while seeing all these local faces around. I'm based here now myself. I should probably introduce myself. I'm Halil, Regional Director for the Middle East at Links, one of the internet exchanges out here in the peering world. We've got an interesting panel of guests today. We thought, normally these panels are later in the day, after lunch when everyone is feeling sluggish, but we thought to energize everyone for this morning, we'll put the session very early in and hopefully get some good inputs from you guys in the audience. So, as a setting up, we're all done, I think. So, I'd like to introduce my colleagues and fellow IXP partners. We have Marco from DKIX, Taha from AMS-IX, Mehmet from Meta. I can see him there, okay. I'll be seating, I guess there's enough seating for me, so yes, I'll join you guys. And we also have Stavros Konstantaras. Stavros is filling in for us for Huda, who's unable to join us today. Of course. Yes, chat from right. The other entity that we have. We thought we'd make it extra interesting for you. The veteran of the sea. Okay, thank you so much. Jack, you here? Come join us. We have some interesting questions, especially for policy people. So, we've got a full stage now. Thank you, everyone. Perhaps let's do a first introduction to any of you that don't know the gentleman on stage. Let's start with you, Martin. No one knows you.
Yeah.
Well, they should. Everyone should.
Thank you, Halil. My name is Marco. I'm from the KICS. We run internet exchanges all over the globe. A lot of them in the Middle East, and I personally had the honor to be part of the story in the Middle East with the EU exchange where we started 12 years ago. And meanwhile, we also have the honor to operate WHEREIS in Doha. We have the honor to operate APNIC, Iraq-IX, and not to forget, we also have the honor to operate smart IX in Dubai now. Or the UAE, sorry, in 2021.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hussain from AMS-IX, MENOG region. We're also operating over the globe, and we have started in the Middle East in 2019. We are in Bahrain, we are in Oman, we are in Egypt, we are in Djibouti, and we would like to work with whoever wants to expand and create ecosystems that can serve to localize the traffic.
Hi everyone, Mehmet here from Meta. Thank you for having me today. So I lead the edge network strategy for Meta for Middle East and Central Asia, which is mainly our caching, peering and edge pop programs. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Santosh Kumar. I'm actually heading the product management within the carrier and wholesale division of E&. I was responsible for starting the internet exchange, which is called SmartUp-IX. I've been with the company for a long time, more than 15 years, so I have seen the growth of the internet traffic within the country.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cham from the RIPE NCC. I've been born in the region, been here for the last 40 years. We do technical advisory for public policy matters, technology adoption in the Middle East, and interconnection is part of what we do. We've analyzed it, we've issued reports around that. So I'm looking forward to this panel.
Great, thank you, gentlemen. I look forward to it too. It should be interesting. Well, just a mix of people, content, obviously IXPs, carrier, policy. So sorry if we go a bit too much.
That's okay, I would have got a suit otherwise.
So let's start from IXPs then. This is appearing. Marco, Taha. For others that operate in the IXP world, the traffic mix in the IXP, as we've seen the environment change over the years. In the last 3 years or so, what percentage of traffic are we now seeing that's local rather than being put out into Europe, Asia, or elsewhere? What percentage are you seeing that actually stays within the region now, as opposed to the previous years before?
Yeah. I mean, obviously we have seen a change in that. I mean, when we started, I don't know the percentage of traffic routed through Europe or Singapore for the years was for sure more than 90%. This definitely has changed, although it is a diverse process. So there's not a really, or not one answer fits all scenario, because we have some operators who have changed a lot of traffic nowadays in the region, where we hear numbers of up to 80%. And then we have still operators where we can clearly see on our own statistics that they still use Europe or Singapore. So
pushing towards keeping all the local operators being within the country and not pushing any data out and back. So that's something good. There are a lot of queries that are happening between the operators in the GCC over the ISPs, whether UAE and Bahrain and other countries or Oman. So there is a traffic flow within the region, and there is a lot of it flowing internally. Still, some countries have limitations or some regulations are making it still difficult for some people to be within the region, so there is some local system.
Sure. Do you think our job is easier now or harder? Do you think our job, our role as ISPs, do you think it's easier?
Well, no, I think it's easier, but we were struggling a lot with bringing more of the content to the region. It's good that we have a lot of content within the different countries that are in UAE, Saudi, Bahrain, Qatar, and in Oman. Every country has a lot of content, and that's healthy. But still, there are some people who are resistant still to come to the region.
Yes, absolutely. So speaking of content, now as you're the new content person on the panel, unfortunately there's lots of content questions coming your way. From a global content player, one of the largest in the world, what do you consider what you look at when you're routing your traffic into the Middle East? Are there other considerations that you would normally make in Europe that you do here or don't, or vice versa? Is there an easy way for you to deploy in Europe rather than here, or in APAC, right? Maybe for low latency applications, perhaps not the case, but for ones that latency is not really a huge issue. How do you go about that?
So, one answer actually, let's say, start from how our CD and algorithm works. So it's like how we serve the decision making is fully automated. But it's a combination of all what we just said, latency, the relationship, cost efficiency, and resiliency. So mainly we always prefer our peering connections, either PNIs or securities, and we usually the IP transfer the last resort. But that comes to latency so far, the one most critical aspect of how we do and how we decide where to serve each node or each cache node or both to serve. Going forward, as we introduce more real-time and immersive services, let's say, I believe latency and resiliency will become more important. And as part of these changes that's evolving, what we are doing is also mainly we have started to increase, expand our edge footprint, especially in the region, as well as a distributed kind of model, deploying multiple edge ports in the region in multiple countries, so that we can bring content as well as possible, but also serve 100% in the region even under failure. So if this could be a node failure, this could be a power outage, this could be a most of the time stable outage, so that we are one pocket down, the other go in the same country or maybe in the other country, in our other country, but we still serving our content with 100% availability. So that's what we have started doing, and I believe in that short to midterm, we will have multiple hosts in the region, serving to the region, and 100% utilizing the content. This is our goal.
Very interesting. Thank you. Stavros, as a member of the Docker community from XSAT, are you seeing much edge connectivity cases coming to you directly? Are there cases in your ISP or from a carrier, a large carrier in the country? Are you seeing much edge cases coming to you in the UAE as of yet, or is it still a concept that's developing?
Actually, over the years, we have been very actively engaged in dealing with all these events. The primary focus was to localize as much as to minimize the impact of any cable collapse, which is eventually enhancing the end user customer experience. So this cable cut recently happened in the Red Sea, the impact was there, but it was minimized. So for us, we are seeing a localization percentage of close to about 75+%. The traffic is being delivered locally. We thank all the hyperscalers, all the CDNs who have cooperated with us to set up the POP in the UAE. Now what we have seen is, we have seen a different trend. Of course, the major hyperscalers are already localizing the traffic as much as possible. We have seen the tier 2 companies, which are the web application providers or the financial institutions. They started to come to the region. Of course, they don't have huge traffic, but they want to have maybe better latency and more application performance. So we have seen that trend which is coming over the last 1 or 2 years. A good number of them are already in UAE today. I hope they will follow the similar trend in the neighboring countries. Yes. So, and then ongoing enhancement of the capacity. I think that's where, once you have a POP or a CDN POP in the UAE, we have seen a tremendous increase in the traffic utilization. Maybe it has to do with the end user experience. So people get a better experience that then use it more. We have seen that, so naturally, of course, to deliver more capacity. So that's the trend is ongoing. So we wanted to thank all our partners for putting up that POP in the UAE.
Ultimately, the user is the user experience is coming to the key. Like everyone has services to the end user in one way or another, whether it's policy or content being very good at the source. Everyone's getting closer to the edge, which ultimately from that as well. Jack, a policy perspective, obviously there's lots of developments in AI and edge cases, etc. Do you think the region's developing at a good enough rate to be able to house or accommodate /win? Businesses, or do you think we're everyone sees this as the bullish area for AI investments, like in the Middle East, but the amount of investments that everyone's seen over the last year is huge. Do the policy requirements that are coming out?
Well, I don't think, yes, so I don't think we would do ourselves a service if we take a look at the region as one, as an homogeneous thing. I think that the Gulf states have been doing lots of efforts in that sense. Some exploring regulatory sandboxes, some investing heavily in order to support these new applications, whether they are AI or something else. I think that in the Levant, we're still a little bit behind in that sense, so we're playing a little bit of catch up, but that's understandably so. What I care about is to have the proper infrastructure to do that. And I think that we could have a regional opportunity to work together and push things forward. It's not that one country is going to be able to lead alone, because we need resources, we need sharing expertise, etc. I think we're getting better at this. I think we're seeing players who are doing projects across different countries. We're starting to see some cross-border collaboration. Are we there yet? I don't think so, but we're on the right track. So there's appetite to do more. It's not only about infrastructure, it's about the cutting-edge applications. Of course, everybody wants to be in the lead, everybody wants to be at the forefront, but we're seeing coalition, let's say. So we see, for example, Europe coming together and then coming up with a strategy for AI or a strategy for digital Europe, etc. I think that we will start seeing more of that over here. So instead of capitalizing on our individual powers, to see things coming as a region. And I think we still have some work to do in that space, but we're on the right track.
Absolutely, we do have a lot of work, I think, to well explain that. The key point you said is building the infrastructure, right? I think that's the key area. Builders and they will come to services. But infrastructure does fail, as we've seen recently, the outages. Please.
Sorry, I just need to add something here, because I think there is, especially in the last year, we saw some developments in the region with huge announcements, which are actually execution, not just announcements. I mean, 5 gigawatt campus close to Abu Dhabi, the Stargate, the 6 gigawatt campus in Saudi, which was also announced. The first 200 megawatts are in building already. can see the cranes there. So, and all these investments, 15 billion from Microsoft going here to the UAE, is I think 1 point something or 2 point something billion of already going to the UAE. I believe we are going into a new era where I remember when I started here, I was saying, hey, you guys from the GCC, you export oil to Europe, we export data to UAE or to the GCC. I think now that is a translation happening from energy to data. So I think this region should become a natural data export on the long run. That's my belief. So, but what is needed is collaboration, because it can't be I'm number one, I'm number one, I'm number one. It's not going to work because population is not here for this data. Data, if you need to export, you need collaboration, you need good connectivity to your neighbors and to all neighbors, also neighbors which you have not thought yet, who are really, like Pakistan, 270 million people, Iraq, Africa, so we have a lot of neighbors with a lot of population. If you want to get data export, you need to think about that. That's my belief when you think about the content.
Very well said. How do you think we can collaborate more as ISPs, as regional players in the telco market? We all know that it is quite, every market is very rich with Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain. We still various issues like that. How can we collaborate with us?
If I may answer this, I think there are some things happening at political level. It's not my area to talk about, but I know that the regulators of the GCC at least, I see that we're focusing on GCC, are talking on kind of unifying. And as we are entering into the AI era, and as Mark mentioned, all these data centers in UAE, Qatar, Saudi are building up. These are all going to be serving mainly the AI, and for AI, we need the ease of flow of data. We need very low latency, and the countries have to work together. So there will be, sometime, I see in the near future, inshallah, there will be a time when they all work together, unify, and all these exchanges, operators, and all will be kind of working as one core, okay, serving everybody. And on top of that, we have something called data exchange that secures the right data goes to the right people. Okay, it's something that we in AMS-IX are working on, that makes sure that all, the data flows into the right direction and with the right access. Okay, so that the data flows fast, secure, and reliable between the parties.
A lot more cross-collaboration across the region. AI should definitely fuel that for all the different GPU clusters that are coming in, all the projects that are happening, people, etc. All of these things should hopefully fuel further innovation and working together. But we need infrastructure, right? The infrastructure needs to be built up. So, I mean, during the infrastructure period when it's there, it's ready to be built out, but during the time it doesn't work, and there's issues. Instances where it hasn't been recently, such as the Red Sea outage, the submarine capacity. There's a lot of diversion traffic back into Europe and Asia and elsewhere. Has anyone on the panel seen that happen in real time across their network or on the exchange? That they notice a dip in traffic and how their customers or networks themselves mitigate that?
If I may say something, well, before I get into the cuts and the issue that happened in submarines, infrastructure is multiple components. One of them is connectivity, so that's submarines and the infrastructure cables that are connected to the region. And for that, we have many cables. I see that there are a lot of investments happening as we speak by all the operators in the region. So whether it is Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and others are going to Iraq to find alternative routes. But for the region itself, there are enough capacity that can handle any outage if the data is localized. When it comes to going to Europe or to Asia, then we have
So from your viewpoint, Taha's kindly elected you on this. From your viewpoint, what did you see in real time during the cable cuts, and how did it affect your network, and how did you reroute it?
Yeah, sure. So in order to prepare for AI, I believe most of the operators in the region are heavily upgrading their infrastructure. There are a lot of new investments happening within the country and connecting the country to international destinations, mainly to Asia and Europe. We have seen that, of course, in EANT, we are also following the market trend to prepare ourselves for the next AI growth and developments. Now, of course, Red Sea has been a problematic area for years now. The recent outage has opened up eyes for many of the operators in the region, saying that how can we bypass Red Sea, right? So I can see that in real time, there are a lot of projects happening to completely bypass Red Sea, connecting Middle East to the Europe. So I would say that maybe in 2027, you will see a significant amount of capacity connecting Asia to Europe will be bypassing Red Sea. By 2028, I would see that maybe 20 to 30% of the traffic, which is currently 800 or 900 tera connecting Asia to Europe, will bypass Red Sea. So a lot of projects happening from various countries to bypass Red Sea. So I think before it was just a talk, and it was, it stays in the PowerPoint mainly, but now that has started to become reality. So I would see that, this is really happening.
Right. Thank you. Interesting. Very interesting. I want to use the message we can, because the content has to go somewhere. So I'm very intrigued to where it's gone to during this class. So Mehmet, can you shine some light on that?
To be honest, the sum of this around 2 years ago, and last year, 2024, so we added new drivers, new and paths to connectivity paths to our airports in the region. So such as we connect eastwards to India, Singapore, Mumbai, Singapore, and as a result we get northern route via other connect to Turkey. So far, the latest Siddiqui classes in the Red Sea, our hopes did not affect. So that's actually how it's, thanks to my father colleagues as well, so we managed to make several last years, and this year it was good. But good for the network steering because in the region, right? So because our hopes didn't go down, that they did not affected, they get affected, but it was for only the regional peers. The ones that have been refusing to appear regionally, they got affected. Nice. Because the outreach, things going out of Europe reduced. Let me tell you a story.
Sure, please do.
So, for example, one of the regional networks which has been refusing to appear regionally after the cuts, of course, the APNIC affected capacity reduced, so they quickly got a new IP from a regional operator, and new regional IP provider. They connected it quickly to survive, right? And they leave regional IP provider. It's actually because in the region. So what happened eventually? The traffic moved from Egypt going towards Iraq towards vessels, let's say, as well as the cost of this regional connectivity. That's also super important. We see although some cases that connecting and peering in the region is not cost effective compared to peering in Marseille or Singapore. Still, international connectivity is somehow cheaper than regional connectivity.
Right, yeah.
And it also comes to like transfers in the region as well. So these all need to be improved. So if you really want to make this like the regional ecosystem developed and ultimately becomes
well, there we have a real world example of
Halil,
I guess people not working together.
if I may, I would like to circle back on the topic of the cable cuts and so on.
Sure.
So, because we mentioned that the region is resilient, we can find some alternative routes, etc. Now, I usually like to play the role of the devil's advocate in the room. And I would like to point you to the recent outages that we had and we felt here in the GCC. Even though that it was resilient and then there was some sort of network convergence and internet was restored quickly, but it wasn't the same experience. Because we now generate a lot of volume and like tremendous amounts of volume. So it's not like, oh, we have another route. We should have enough capacity on these alternative routes, which I don't think is always the case. So that's the first thing. And that ties back to a call for action that Taha mentioned, that we should advertise for more content being localized in the region. However, what we have seen in terms of regional peering, and here I'm piggybacking on what Mehmet's saying, is that having peering in the region is not enough. During the analysis that we did last year, when we looked at some content that is being hosted here in Dubai, for example, we looked at a gaming platform and we looked at a streaming platform. And then when we ran some sorts of trace routes and latency analysis between the probes in the region, we found out that the behavior reaching the gaming platform was much, much faster than the streaming platform. So even though we might have some sort of regional peering, we might have some exchange of data, it's not always optimized in the best way. So there should be more capacity, more convergence towards local content, not outside, and better regional connectivity. So without the three, we can't really say, oh, we're resilient, because we have a route that goes through Iraq.
You need all three to work. It's a collaboration that
Yeah, and we will not be in a situation where all the hyperscalers are going to be in every single country. It just won't make sense. We're not big enough to have this, right?
Yeah.
So there's no running away from regional interconnectivity in a way that makes sense beyond economics, beyond mindsets, or beyond any sorts of geopolitical factors.
Right.
Let me disagree a little bit. I don't believe we have a lack of infrastructure in the GCC, to be honest. I mean, yeah, some fiber tracks needs to be built when we talk about Saudi going from each Saudi border to each Saudi border, you know, to have more international capacity. But we have, on the east side, we have terrestrial cables which can be used. So I don't think we have a lack of infrastructure. We have a lack of collaboration in terms of regulation. We have regulatory issues because when, for instance, Oman is telling its operators they're not allowed to do peering in the GCC after a certain amount of gigabits, that's really not very helpful to mitigate that risk. And at the same time, it's also a lack of collaboration between the operators themselves. We have seen that so clearly in the outage. We have the operators connected to the exchanges in the region. We have them connected to the exchanges in Europe. Still, they have more capacity in Europe than they have in the region. That's fact number one. But fact number two is how they do peering. So, yeah, they peer with content in the region. Do they peer with each other? And when you look at your right probes, you definitely know they don't. Most of them just don't. And then when you have a cable outage, you can clearly see that, how the latency is going up. The point is the latency between a Saudi operator and the UAE operator should please not be more than 20 milliseconds. It should be even less, right? But 20 milliseconds, if you think about Riyadh to UAE, can happen, okay? But in reality, it's 90 to 120. And when the cable outage happens, it's going up to 400. So obviously something's wrong. And the worst example we even had was the cable outage happened and we had two operators appearing on the UAE exchange, for instance. And when the cable outage happened, whatever they did in their traffic engineering, they stopped that peering. So before the cable outage, the latency was 20 milliseconds, meaning direct peering in the region. After the cable outage, 250 milliseconds going somewhere. And I just don't know what people are doing sometimes. So we don't have an infrastructure problem. We have a collaboration and regulation problem. That's my opinion. To keep traffic in that region. The guys who really have an infrastructure problem or a real problem with the Red Sea were the guys, by the way, from Pakistan. The traffic there, this was a nightmare. This was a real nightmare. And you can also ask, I'm pretty sure you can ask the content guys about it. It was a nightmare for a lot of people.
Yeah, obviously different parts are affected more so than others, but it's something that we need to mitigate. As you said, it's clear as day. Why would you send traffic up to Europe for 400 milliseconds latency? I mean, it should only be 20%. It definitely is a collaboration issue. But what can we do as people in the industry? With our peers in the industry? What can we do there?
I don't think there's much that we, what these guys can do.
Voices in the room.
The thing is that, see, the main reason for this collaboration is all it comes to the system. Okay? So the cost, how much revenue I make out of the backbone and the company. I can pay, was it yesterday when one of the guys said that they pay $2,000 to reach Marseille, but if they were from the region to Marseille, but from the region to another country, the region costs $10,000 for a day. Okay, so it's all about money. So that's the main thing. But this is changing because prices are going to go down. There are more infrastructure being put in place. There is more competition happening. So it will come down. But when that's something that we as internet exchanges, we don't have that much influence. Our friends who have bigger influence of content providers, and of course, at the end of the day, it's in the hands of the ISPs or the telecom operators because they can make the country more competitive and have more traffic going over the country.
Absolutely. Santosh, from your viewpoint as an operator in the region, on large in the region, how do you think we can make a change?
Yeah, sure. I think we have started that actually. We thought probably, I know there are a lot of silo internet exchange in each country, right? UAE, of course, have 1, 2, and then of course, in the neighboring countries. So how do we integrate and offer it as a single internet exchange platform? So we have started that. I think we are already connected to Manama IX. We have connected to Pakistan, Karachi IX, and we have connected to India IX. We are in discussion to expand that. So if all the internet exchange providers come together in the region and say that, look, let's connect each other in a more economical and commercial way, and then load the traffic from the hyperscalers or the CDNs onto that exchange, so that the region can be independent. Now, as you said, you have CDNs isolated in different countries, but they are not connected. So as long as you create a fabric of exchanges around the region, and then everybody use that exchanges to peer to each other, to localize the traffic, rather than we go to Europe or Asia to get that same content which is in the region. We have started that. Of course, we were not, I wouldn't say very successful, but at least, we are connected and we wanted to create that fabric around. So that, it addressed the concern of, okay, it reaches 10,000 to reach the regional country, because this is not about commercial selling of capacity or monetization. Create that infrastructure in GCC, connecting all the exchanges, so that anybody, any member can establish a remote peering with the members of the other exchange. I think, everybody need to put their energy and focus to create this fabric. That's where we see that we can have some value and be independent as a region, depending on Europe and Asia.
So you're looking more as a regional perspective rather than a country perspective?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We have started that. Now we are already discussing with a couple of other IX partners to conclude it. Of course, we are not concluded. So I think by next year we will have a good number of fabrics in different countries, all the interconnected. But what is missing there is we are not seeing a huge traffic there, right? So the adoption rate is very less. I know it's commercially viable model because we are not charging that same amount which Taha mentioned of 10,000 per 10 gig, because we just wanted to cover the cost of it, because it is at the end of the day it's a facilitation. It is not about making huge profit and revenue about it, and it is very easily doable from a technical standpoint, and it's a proven VLAN technology. Everybody uses it to segregate the traffic on the same trunk. I think we need to promote that more and more active involvement from all the regional ISPs to use that fabric. Yeah. I think that's what I see a momentum. And now with the AI coming on board, of course, the same platform will be expanded to have the AI capabilities and to have the low latency route between the countries. See, infrastructure connecting the countries are already there, as Marco mentioned, right? You have diverse connectivity, there are submarine cables, there are terrestrial fibers connecting all the neighboring countries. But once the adoption goes up high, then you will add more and more backbone to ensure that it is going to take the AI traffic as well. I think that's where I believe we can work together as and improve our collaboration.
Right. If we collaborate across the region, do you think that we would have the same European effect in the marketplace when the transit pricing in Europe is no secret? There always is transit hitting the rock bottom. There's always a new theory on transit pricing. But do you think we will see that in the marketplace in the Middle East as competition progresses?
Yeah, sure, because I have been with the company for long, so I had the history of the price from last maybe 18 years. So when I joined in 2008, we used to charge $50, $55 per MB. That was the IP transit price. Now today that's nothing. Today what we are offering is of course it has not reached the Europe level. You are right, but what is happening is more and more capacity being added, more and more infrastructure being added. The price has declined. We are talking about $2, $3. The market price in UAE for an IP transit today, right? So it has reached from that 55 now to $3. It has dropped. So because Europe, I don't know how they sustain. I don't know because I do the maths, the business case calculation of the cost, right? The margin on the IP transit is nothing. It is just that we, as an operator, we need to build this network to support our retail operation, right? And they are using maybe 75–80% of the backbone to serve the retail customers. Yeah. Otherwise, if you are operating only an IP transit network, there is no business case.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So nobody will sign off if you go to CFO and say, okay, I need to add another 1 tera of capacity for IP transit. Nobody will sign off. So this is the reality today. So you need to have a network to support your retail operations. So you have that. So that's why we are trying to monetize the extra additional capacity for some of the regional ISPs and some of the CDNs. We will reach there. Yes, we are slowly reaching it because every year we have seen a reduction in cost, especially to do with the submarine cable cost. Now, one challenge for the region, if you are Europe, right? Europe, you only connect to USA. You don't connect to Asia, right? So you have half of the connectivity. In UAE, we are connected 50% of capacity to Asia and 50% capacity to Europe. So our cost has become double. And why are we doing that? In case for the recent cable outage, right? We were impacted, yes, but we were not that impacted like many years ago, right? Because we have an equal amount. So if I have, say, 2 tera or 3 tera of capacity to Europe, I have the equal amount of capacity to Asia, even though I'm not using it.
Right, exactly.
Right? So I'm doing that to enhance the diversity point. I said, yes, latency will increase, that's for sure, right? Latency will increase, but at least I'm not disconnected.
Sure.
Right? So that is increasing our cost. So I believe, yes, we will reach to Europe maybe in, I don't know, next five years or more. I don't know, but we still have an inherent cost on the submarine cable
connected to the rest of the countries. That's what I see. Yeah. There's a cost somewhere. That's for sure.
Going back to my hat as a devil's advocate, I have two comments here. That when we are mentioning even the regional interconnectivity, we always refer to IP transit, cross-border connections. But we have to remember that the data will sit somewhere, and to access this data, oftentimes we need also to talk about the local loop. And the local loop is also a place where we have really a lot of issues. While it might not be the case necessarily here in Dubai or somewhere else, across the region, the local loop, or who has access to the local loop, is something that should really be addressed. It's a real problem. Now, the second thing that I would like to comment, going to your topic about connecting IXs together, and I wasn't going to really mention it, but then Halil, you said, oh, maybe we can follow the European marketplace, for example. This year at the NCC, we published, my colleague Elena is in the room here, and myself, we published a report on the operations of IXPs in the Southeast Europe regions. And over there, we did see that there are some IXs who went into a distributed model, like the same IX might be in different countries, and then there was a backbone linking all of that. And we saw that even though the intentions were nice, were good, the consequences were actually bad, because two things were happening. One, traffic was taking scenic routes. So instead of the traffic going directly over their own backbone, it was taking a very long scenic route. Again, that goes back to the transit costs being less and less. And two, content people were not really happy about this, because more so today, content is being hyper-localized. And when we were talking with the content players, they were like, oh, I don't want to serve people in Serbia out of, for example, my servers in Frankfurt. I want something closer to them, etc. So even though that having this exchange, connection between the different internet exchange in the region might be a good thing, it could be for resiliency purposes, but I don't think we should overload the role of IXs in that sense, because it could backfire on us in one way or another. Speaking of practical things that we saw in the region.
It's an ecosystem role, rather than overnight IXs and transit all the way down to the bottom. Our friends in the CDN world definitely have a viewpoint on the transit perspective for sure. But where would you like to see it in a perfect world? How would that look?
So, okay, let me also talk about what we started doing and what we are doing and what we will continue to do. I think just in the previous slides and presentation on the Atlas probes, so that was a missing part across the globe. As you see, that the subsea cables going through Red Sea towards Europe, but there is like a black area, which is Middle East, Iraq, Syria, and going towards Turkey. So what we have been doing, developing together with the other carriers in the region, collaborating with them to develop, let's say, new cable routes, diverse cable routes, either terrestrial and subsea or subsea, across the region, connecting eastwards and westwards. So this is, and probably you'll see some more announcements next year regarding this kind of cable new routes developments contributed heavily by Meta. So this is one thing we have been doing, and we are also still exploring the options. Again, like kind of, let's say, people call this northern route via Iraq mainly for now, but later maybe you'll see some openings through Syria as well. I have seen and heard a lot that the regional carriers exploring these two options, Iraq and Syria, but Iraq initially. So we are also doing similar things. This is one part. So regarding the connectivity, we are collaborating with all the carriers and the major carriers in the region. This is one thing. And the other thing, as I just said at the beginning, so we are expanding and distributing our HPOP footprint especially. You'll see more and more HPOPs coming up in the region for resiliency, for better quality of experience. And also, we have been kind of influencing, advocating, teaching all the regional operators, even smaller ISPs, regarding the regional peering. And for a couple of years, we have been somehow refusing to peer in Europe or Asia. So like most recently, there was a request to peer in Frankfurt by a regional ISP. I can say it's from Saudi. And like we said no actually, and we sat them together, explained, we worked together, and finally they said okay, they are upgrading the capacity to MENOG, for example now, and it's happening now. So like that it will start peering in the region, so which is great. So this is something we do. We work a lot with the policymakers in the region, with TRAs, with the MCITs, again on the workshops and again teachings, discussions around the regional peering itself. This is also very important. The other thing is missing in the markets, again, if you haven't mentioned it, is in my opinion carrier neutral data centers. So this is also very important. So carrier neutrality somehow it's lacking, let's say, but there are new carrier neutral data centers. So that means owned by, managed, operated, commercially also sold by a real data center operator, not by a carrier. So these are coming up in the region. We'll see more and more. So this is something good, but still lacking, as I said. We have been also supporting this carrier neutrality, especially. I have seen, like, especially in Saudi, I was there last week, the ministry there, MCIT, also promotes and supports the idea of carrier neutral data centers. Which is also as important as connectivity and IP transit or peering, let's say.
There's a lot of support in the kingdom and the region in general around you're trying to do. It's actually getting to that point. I think if you point out the education piece is the key here. So all of us in the room and on the panel, we all help in our own way of educating one another, whether technically, commercially, or otherwise, working with regulators, etc. So it all benefits the overall ecosystem. So I guess if you had a magic wand, it would be for neutrality or everyone working together in a kumbaya fashion.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. A quick fire round, just as we're wrapping up. I think Mehmet's wishes are quite clear what he would like in the industry. Perhaps 30 seconds or 60 seconds each on what your dream world would look like in the future. If you could just wave a magic wand. How would you like the future to look in 2030, 2040?
I think so we're not too far away from where I wish us to be. I mean, I mentioned it before, I would love to see no hurdles in cross-border connectivity in terms of keeping traffic really in the region, that every network in this region can peer wherever they want. And I would also love to see that we include the Levant region into these thoughts, because I really believe that it's important to see Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, but also Iraq as part of this story, because it's a Middle Eastern story, and this is where a lot of number of population is sitting. And if you wanna, and I also wish, and I said it, and I believe it, that this will become a data hub. So in terms of especially AI, data production, so we have to see a lot of changes in regulation and collaboration. So I think the main word is collaboration, translated in better pricing in terms of cross-border. We don't need to become Europe here, because Santosh mentioned it. Is it sustainable? I don't know it. I don't believe it. Look, talking to some operators in Europe, but also we should not be the very empty, expensive restaurant, if you know what I mean.
Thank you. Taha, what's your viewpoint on it?
Well, I also have a very positive look forward, and I think the region is going to the right direction. Maybe we need a little bit more of education, maybe some more of these events, or even some sort of training to the operators and to the people, engineers on the ground on better shaping the traffic in the region, so that we keep the traffic local as much as possible. Yeah,
absolutely agree.
Same thoughts here, to be honest. So you mentioned about Europe, for example. I think the Middle East market also going towards there. Eventually, I don't know when, I hope early as possible. We'll see a kind of a major market, a lot of regional connectivity, internet exchanges connected to each other, all the ISPs peering in the region, not going towards a distant location, let's say. I think this is going to happen. I'm super hopeful, and as I said, we have been trying to support all of these developments. And I also want to thank you, especially internet exchange operators here, because I know it is super challenging running an internet exchange, all of the things that we just discussed. Again, thank you as well for this. And I hope, again, the regional peering, especially the internet exchange connectivity as well in the region, will be also improved soon, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Santos, what's your viewpoint for the future?
Yes, moving forward, what we are seeing is the region is going to a tremendous change. A lot of new initiatives happening, especially on the AI field, to support the AI traffic. So we see that I think the future is about collaboration. So as content owners, the network operators, the internet exchange providers, the ISPs, we all need to collaborate each other and to localize as much content as possible. I'm hoping that in next few years we will reach 90 to 95% of localization. I know it's a big challenge, but I think as long as we can do that, we avoid the dependency on cable cuts. Our end user will have a better customer experience, and the whole region will elevate into a different level altogether. Like Europe, for example, if none of the cable cuts affects Europe, none of the cable cuts affects US. So why our region, right? So we can make it happen. So I think we all need to work together as close as possible to make that reality one day.
Yeah, something we need to look into for sure. Thank you. John, finally, wrapping up.
Yeah, well, going glass means all the good stuff has already been said, but one thing that we overlooked a little bit are data centers. I would love to see more carrier-neutral data centers because we still miss on these. It's a pain point that everybody talks about. And the second thing that I would like to see, I consider myself lucky to be able to live in this region in Dubai and having bold leaders who have bold visions and driving the change. But as I said earlier, I'm from Lebanon, so I wish to see in the next few years the Levant region also playing catch-up with the Gulf region as well. So this is something that I would really love to see. I think they have a lot of capacity, a lot of opportunity, just like Marco mentioned. We do see some stuff happening in Jordan, for example, with the Aqaba, digital hub. I think that part of the world, the Levant part, they can play a big role. So being from there, I would love to see a bigger role for them as well.
That will certainly strengthen our whole position as a whole in the region. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you to our panelists for joining us today from different viewpoints. CDN, telco, policy, and obviously our ISP friends. So thank you very much for the panelists, and thank you very much. Wishing you a very successful panel.
So my name is Hussain. I'm a member of the program committee in MENOG. Before I introduce our next speaker, I'd just like to mention that we'd like to thank our sponsors, but they also have tables at the next room, so when we get a chance to do this, we can talk to them as well. And with that, I'd like to introduce Hans Petter and give us an update for our classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Osama. So I guess coffee is more interesting than hearing the RIPE NCC update, but thank you so much for turning up here. It's a pleasure to be in Dubai. I just had a look at my security cameras from my house in Norway, and it's no snowing. So this is much more pleasant. So focus points for the RIPE. Oh, and I forgot to say, yes, I'm Hans-Petter Holen, and I'm the CEO of the RIPE NCC, and I've been so for 5.5 years. But before that, I've been a community member for, I think my first RIPE meeting was 30 years ago. So I've been part of this game for quite a time now. So what is the RIPE NCC? The RIPE community was formed in '89, and it was a group of people that wanted to solve all the problems with internet. Now that's a pretty big ask, and after a few years they figured out we need a secretariat. So they established the RIPE NCC first as a project within the academic network organization in Europe, and then later on as a membership organization, which we are today. But our first and foremost purpose is to serve the community, to support an open, inclusive and engaged RIPE community. And that, of course, extends into the regions as well, with regional engagements like this in the Middle East. We also have engagement in Southeast Asia and in Southeast Europe and Central Asia. We're not moved into Southeast Asia yet. Definitely not. Secondly, the RIPE community figured out that it would be so much more convenient to have the numbers registry on this side of the Atlantic, much easier with time zones and adapting to the needs of our region rather than dominated by the US. So operate a trusted, efficient and accurate and resilient registry. But when the RIPE NCC was set up as an organization, it was agreed back then that we need to do more than just keep a registry of numbers in order to attract good people and in order to enable our members and community operate one secure, stable and resilient global internet. And because of this, we do projects like WHEREIS, where we could collect BGP routes. We have the Atlas project that my colleagues have talked about earlier today, and RIPE-STAT and so on. And we do training courses in order to do capacity building, all to make sure that you, or members, or community is able to run the internet in a secure, stable, and resilient manner. Now, all of this needs a stable organization with robust governance. And yes, that's about having a membership, having board, having elections, and membership influence in governing the organization. But it's also about navigating in today's geopolitical situations with increasing regulations and conflicting regulations across the service region. And this is very important to us, and which is why we are engaging heavily with governments in all parts of our service region. We're heading to a roundtable with the governments in the Arab world next week in Cairo. And of course, none of this is possible without attracting engaged, competent, diverse staff. And we do recruit from all over the service region, and I think we know up to 46 different nationalities among our 200 staff. So it's really not a Dutch organization, it's really an international organization. So while this is the overall 5-year strategy, we have picked out some focus points every year. And this year we've been working on registry accuracy, because that's the purpose of a registry, is that it needs to be trustworthy and accurate so that it can be useful for all the stakeholders. Looking at the RIPE database, it contains both the registry that we maintain, but also your registries, your delegations to your members that you're responsible for. So this symbiosis, this shared responsibility of keeping that database is, a very important piece here. We already talked a bit about data measurements and tools. Well, it's not only about gathering the data, it's also about turning that data into insight. And as you will see a bit later on, we're publishing quite some reports on that, but also doing research that my colleagues talked about earlier. Stability, I talked about the geopolitical situation, but also financial strength is important, and I'll get back to the work we're doing now on the charting scheme for the years to come. Resilience, political situation, you all know what that is like these days. And then the last part that nobody can get away from these days, security and compliance. We need to be secure. It's important that our services are available, that they are trustworthy, that the information is correct and cannot be changed by unauthorized parties. And in order to be seen as trustworthy, we're working on implementing compliance frameworks so that we can have external audits and can prove by audit reports that we are indeed taking this seriously. So registry accuracy, we're trying to make it easier for our members and ourselves, of course, to automate some of the workflows. So one of the constructions we have is that we have the concept of end users that can have provider independent space, and in some cases our members will decide to stop the sponsorship, and that workflow has now been automated so that we don't have to spend too much manual time at the end of the year when there usually is quite a lot of changes in this area. We're also moving the assisted registry checks, where we sit down with our members to go through their registrations and make sure that they utilize the system properly, into more and more self-service. And we have, for quite some years now, monitored all our members real-time towards third-party services that are, again, linked to business registries across the whole world. And we're moving that now also to the end users so that we can make sure that we have up-to-date data about them as well. Data measurements and tools. We have published 2 reports, one on the state of IPv4 and evolving transfer landscape, and another one on the internet exchange points in Southeast Europe. So this is our own researchers together with our own comms teams and our own data analysts looking at the data we have, looking at other things happening in the market, and putting together reports for you on this. And there are links in the slides here, so you can click on them and get to the reports. We've also launched a new trace route visualization tool. We have modernized DNSMon and transformed that into modern service. So if you're running a CCTLD or large DNS operations, that can be a useful tool for you to monitor your DNS service from across all of the Atlas measurement network. And we've also put a new user interface on RPKI, and we've also uncovered a lot of functionality that's been in the service but been rather hidden for the users. So please have a look at that to see what other information about internet resources that can be combined with the pure WHOIS lookups. Stability. For the future, we're coming to the end of the 5-year strategy that ends with our next year's plans in 2026. So we started earlier this year to work on the 2027 to 2031 strategy. Now, 2031 seems to be a long time ahead, but as you all know, with developing services or making changes, that can take a long time. What we really need is input from members, from you, on the draft that we have published, so please have a look at that and give us your feedback. And as you can see here from the graphic, while we have 72 responses already from members across the service region, unfortunately none are from the MENOG countries. So I really encourage you to go and read this and give your feedback, because we really need that to shape our future strategy. Now, together with the strategy, we need to fund it. So depending on our ambitions in the strategy level, we need a charging scheme, the fees from the members, to be able to back that, so we have stable funding through the next 5-year period. And there has been a charging scheme task force that came up with a recommendation with principles, and we're now busy working on operationalize that into several models that will be presented in the very near future, so that you can review them and comment on them and see if you agree with any of them, and they will be up for a vote at the GM in May. So there is ample time to think, reflect, and discuss on these models going up until the decision is being made. Resilience. In the greater scheme of things, today we have 5 RIRs. 2 of them, APNIC and LACNIC, were formed according to a document that was developed by the RIRs 25 years ago, numbered ICP2. Well, the ICP series no longer exists, so it's kind of not only a document that's 25 years old, but it's part of a document series that's been sunset, so it's definitely time to review it. And it has been through a couple of rounds now of public comments, and the ASO Address Council, volunteers selected by the community in the 5 regions, are busy reviewing the comments, and from what I understand, they need another cycle of consultations before this document can reach consensus. So while the original plan said approval by the end of this year, I'm waiting for an updated plan from the Address Council. They have a meeting next week, I believe. That will probably bring it out to mid-end next year, with doing thorough consultations with those that have commented on the draft in its current forms. And this is a very important document because it doesn't only describe how to establish an RIR, that's been there for 25 years, so nothing new there, but it sets requirements on the ongoing operations of an RIR, and it describes what will happen in the event we do not fulfill those obligations anymore. And of course, that can seem obvious, that if you have to fulfill a criteria to become an RIR, you should maintain those in an ongoing manner. But we believe that it is it's important to have that explicitly formulated, and also adding requirements for external third-party audits into this. And of course, this is happening in the ICANN sphere. The RIRs are through an MOU with ICANN forming the address support organization, and ICANN IANA has an oversight role in this that will be described clearer in this document. So it's very important that you read this and give feedback on it. Right now it's not open for consultation, that's ended already, ended 7th of November, but when the next versions comes out, it's really important to get your view on that. We do not operate alone in this world. We're operating together with other organizations. We've had an MOU with APTLD for many years, and we renewed that this year. We've also signed an MOU with Jordan, with Serbia, with Tajikistan, and the Czech Republic. And last but not least, we have signed an MOU to strengthen digital cooperation for sustainable development with the UN development program, and the focus there is capacity building in this region. So it's really, I'm really proud to say that my colleagues in the public policy space have really brought us to the table of, even the UN, which is, quite amazing, I would say. Security and compliance. API keys, you can access our services through APIs. We have now linked those to RIPE-NCC access accounts. So if one of your employees leaves the organization, the API keys have to be reissued. Now that may seem like a hassle, but on the other hand, you don't really want your employees leaving to still have access to your data in the RIPE-NCC. So it's a very natural and very important security measure. We're introducing automated end-user monitoring and automated option to sponsoring end users, which is a clear compliance part. We're working on implementing and making sure our internal controls are in compliance with ISO 27001, so we can get an external audit and make sure that that we can document to you, our members and governments, that we are compliant. We have launched a trust portal, so you can find all the information about information security, legal compliance, law enforcement, security, and so on in one place. And we have an ISAE SOC 2. Last year we did a type 1 audit. This year we're in the final stages of a type 2 audit to document the security around the RPKI service. We have, for the community, established a new fellowship program where we now have brought the concept to a next level, where we match the fellows' personal interests to specific areas of interest in the RIPE community. And it's in order, this is to develop a personal learning path, and brings in a new role of a fellowship coach who will follow the fellows through the period of 4 months. So it's not only at a meeting, but it's also follow-up online after the meeting. And this is open to all to applicants of at least 18 years old who live in the RIPE NCC service region. And in order to be invited to apply, you need to pass a quiz, and the deadline for the quiz is 9th of December, so please have a look at this and see here. And if you have more questions, my colleague is sitting behind here, and you can go and ask her for more details. We have applications so far, and as you can see, the program is very popular in Iran. So if you're not from Iran and would like to take part, here's your chance. New RIPE meeting websites. We have changed the platform completely to a more modern framework to make them more accessible and allow for easier maintenance and updates. And we've now integrated with pre-talks, a system that is used by many conferences for presentations and for the program committee to evaluate them and so on. And this may be, this is the first MENOG we're using that on, so please accept my apologies if there are any rough edges on that. Of course, I hope it's perfect, but you never know, right? If you're interested in more details, we had presentations on the RIPE strategy, on the draft activity plan and budget for 2026 at the services working group. And we also had for the first time a panel there where we discussed something that we don't have concrete plans for yet, but we wanted to hear what the community were thinking about the use of artificial intelligence in the RIPE NCC. And I thought that was a very interesting concept where we, rather than presenting what we are thinking, is having an open debate, a panel debate on what we might be doing in the future there. So that may be worth having a look at, and if you have ideas, please feel free to contact us with those on the mailing lists or directly. At MENOG, you've already seen the presentation by Michela and Jim in the morning, and then Anastasiya is going to present in a bit on IPv4 and the evolving transfer landscape. And that was what I'd prepared, so I think I even have time for some questions. Please don't run to the microphone. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Next up is Amreesh from Aftab. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Amreesh Phokeer. I work at the Internet Society, and it's a pleasure for me to be at MENOG again. It's my second time, and it's a real pleasure for me to be back again in this region. I'm myself based in Mauritius, and the good thing is I'm on the exact same time zone, and it doesn't happen often when I travel to different places, so I'm happy about that. So my talk today is going to be about a tool that we are working on called WHEREIS. I'm sure you're all familiar with something that is called WHOIS, in which we put information about IP allocation. And I don't think there is a tool there that tells you where is your prefix actually located or geolocated. And this was the motivation behind this work, is where our prefixes geolocated generally. And this work has been done together with researchers at San Diego State University and also with IP Info, my colleague, namely Oliver Gasser, who works at IP Info. As you know, IP Info is very deep into geolocating IP addresses. I'm sure you're familiar with this organization. So the role of regional internet registries is actually to keep a registry of allocations, and make sure you have the accurate information for people to do operations, internet operations. And we need to know who is owning the IP prefix, and also potentially where is the IP prefix also located. And what type of information do we have in the WHOIS database? We have obviously the ASN number, the IP prefix. We also have the organization who is the owner of the IP prefix. This information, as mentioned, is quite important for internet operations generally. Then we had the issue of IPv4 exhaustion, which I'm sure you must be familiar with. Back then in 2010, when I joined this internet industry, we were all in the panic mode because IANA issued the last /8. After that, as you can see on the timeline, many things happened in terms of IPv4 getting depleted. APNIC started to use their last /8 in 2011. LACNIC started to use their last /8 in 2014. APNIC, that was much later in 2017. And recently, well, in 2019, RIPE has been issuing their last /22. And if you, I got this from the RIPE NCC website. So right now there are 910 LIRs on the waiting list to get a piece of IPv4. And the first LIR who actually joined that waiting list has been there for more than 550 days. So it shows you that, okay, this is a very scarce resource, and people who need them are ready to wait. So therefore, the fact that it has become a very scarce resource, it is actually putting a lot of pressure on the RIRs. So as you know, RIRs are, they take care of their IP allocations for their own regions. And the IP allocations are actually managed by policies within their own regions. And those policies are built and promoted by the community. So between the regions, depending on the policies, there can be transfers of IP resources, or in some cases, for example, for APNIC, it's not possible to do inter-regional transfer. It's possible to do intra-regional transfer. So within Africa, for example, it's possible for IP transfers, but not outside. But the point of this talk is actually, once the transfer has been done, where are those IP resources being used? And we looked at the different policies that are currently in place. So we decline it into three main things. Is the owner of the prefix in or out the region? Is the infrastructure where those IP addresses are being announced, is it in or out the region? And is the routing actually also from within or out of the region? And put together those three parameters, we can say whether out of region usage is allowed or not. And for APNIC, for example, it is the most restrictive. The owner should be in the region, the infrastructure should be the region, and routing should also be coming from the region. And out of region space is actually allowed, but only for one specific case. It is actually to allow connectivity back to Africa. So this is written in their consolidated policy document, actually. And in their, I think in their registration service agreement as well. For APNIC is very relaxed about that. So the owner can be out of the APNIC region, the infrastructure can also be out, routing can happen also outside. So out of region is totally allowed. For ARIN is also restrictive. No, the owner should be in the region, the infrastructure should be in the region, and routing should also happen in the region. Except if you can prove that you really need your IP addresses to be used out of the region, then they can allow it exceptionally. For LACNIC, only routing can happen out of the region, and this is for one case, for allowing any class prefixes to be used out of the region. And for RIPE, the infrastructure, the owner actually the owner can be out of the region, but the infrastructure should be in the region. So how do we get information about geolocation if we don't do IP geolocation as some other companies are doing? So right now we would rely on WHEREIS. So WHEREIS has some element of geolocation. For example, a prefix is associated to an organization, and the organization is said to be located, for example, in this case, in Brazil. So this is what WHEREIS is providing us, and this is what we have been using for a long time as geolocation information. But is this really accurate? No. And this is why we decided to come up with this methodology, and we are using RIPE Atlas for that. So RIPE Atlas, as you know, is a distributed network of probes and managed by the RIPE-NCC, and actually this is a wonderful tool put out by the RIPE-NCC, and this is an example of how we're making use of it. So in a nutshell, the Atlas platform is made up of software probes and hardware probes distributed around the world. They have smaller probes or bigger probes called anchors, which are more powerful probes. And there's a credit system that is put in place for us to be able to use that and not abuse it. And using RIPE Atlas, we are able, therefore, to do what we call measurements, ping measurements from point A to point B. And as you know, if you know a reference point and you are pinging a host and it is giving you a certain amount of latency, using what we call the geodesic distance or the great circle distance, you could basically infer how much time, what is the distance based on the speed of light. Usually, we take that for light to travel in fiber, it takes around 2/3 of the speed of light because of attenuation. So based on this theoretic figure, we now can use tools such as RIPE Atlas to actually understand whether, based on latency, a host is actually close or far, and whether or not it is in the same region or in the same country. We made use of anchors specifically because anchors are very geolocated. We know the exact location of the anchors. So, and these are the anchors that we use. We use 3 anchors in North Africa, 3 in Latin America, 3 in Europe, 3 in Africa, and then 3 in the APAC region. And the fact that we know the exact geolocation of these anchors, by then doing measurements to different prefixes and to different hosts, we can say, are they far away? Are they close? Are they within the radius or not? And this is basically how we proceeded. So the RIPE Atlas probe were used to do the measurements. We have an IP hit list. So basically we were going through the different prefixes that were announced for each of the different RIRs. We were looking at live hosts in those prefixes. And then we were basically asking our RIPE probes to run the measurements. We were also ingesting data from from the RIR dumps. So the RIRs have information about IP allocation, and then put together in a database, we were able to do our inference. So first, before understanding geo-consistency or inconsistency, we had to do a few category definition. First, we needed to know whether where is the prefix registered, where is the organization of the prefixes, and where is the prefix found, as per our geolocation technique using RIPE Atlas. So our first category is fully geoconsistent, which means that it is geolocating in the RIR and the organization region, both tiling. So in example, we found by measurements that the prefix is in ARIN, the organization owner of the prefix is in ARIN, and the RIR is also ARIN. So this is what we call fully consistent. Then we have org geo-consistent, which means that it geolocates outside of the region, but we see that the location of the organization is within the region. So an example is that we found the prefix in the ARIN region, the organization is in the ARIN region, but the ORIO is saying it is RIPE. So it is org geo-consistent. We switch it, it's exactly the same. So we have now org geo-consistent. It means that the ORIO and the prefix has been found in the same region, but not the org. And then you have registry geo-inconsistent, which means that the ORIO and the org are the same, but our measurement tool is saying that the prefix is somewhere else. And then you have full geo-inconsistency, which means that there is no match between whether it is the ORIO, the organization location, and the location that we found using geolocation, IP geolocation. And here are the results. The results aren't that bad. For full geo-consistent, we found that in the case of both IPv4 and IPv6, so it was around 70,000 IPv4 prefixes, and we looked at 55,000 IPv6 prefixes. Almost 98% of them are consistent. So this is good news. It means that they are actually being used where they are supposed to be, and there aren't many bad cases. But we have a few cases where, for example, at APNIC and at ARIN, where you see the highest level of inconsistency. And there aren't that many. In terms of org geo-inconsistency, you have around 280 prefixes for IPv4, and for IPv6, 222. For registry geo-inconsistency, you have 422, and for IPv4, and for IPv6, 630. And for full geo-inconsistent, where nothing is matching, you have 44 cases for IPv4 and 27 cases for IPv6. What we found is that IPv6 is not more consistent than IPv4. You would imagine that IPv6 being something more, perhaps cleaner in terms of where it is being used, but no, it's exactly the same. And it's actually the same information that we are now showing in the form of a plot, where each pairs of bar represent an ORIO, and what you need to look at is basically at the top here. The dark blue is what we call fully inconsistent, and the dark green is what we call registry inconsistent. And you find some inconsistency for APNIC, for APNIC a little bit, for both IPv4 and IPv6, ARIN as well here. But for LACNIC and RIPE, there are not that many cases. Where are those inconsistent prefixes used? So this gives you an idea, actually, from each of those different ORIOs where the inconsistent prefixes are being used. As you can see, they are almost used in all the different other places. For ARIN, for example, the prefixes are used in the 5 other regions, or the 4 other regions as well. And for APNIC, which is a case which obviously we are interested because of many things related to IP prefix allocation that happened over there. So we wanted to know, for example, where are they located? So we have seen that inconsistent prefixes from APNIC are being used in the RIPE region, in the ARIN region, in the APNIC region as well. And this is the exact same graph for IPv6. We did not see any many trend or differences. They are also used in other different regions. So APNIC prefixes are mostly used in APNIC, RIPE, and ARIN regions, as I have just mentioned. So IP geolocation is something which is quite common now. There are a lot of tools that are providing this. There is IPinfo, there is MaxMine, there is DBIP. So we thought that from a purely academic standpoint, what are the differences? Are they seeing what we have also seen from the RIPE Atlas, for example? So for APNIC, the one that was the most efficient and the most accurate was IPinfo. I think because IP Info has a very wide and very good spread in terms of vantage points, and they are actually investing quite a lot in finding different vantage points and increasing their coverage. And that's why they were able to detect registering consistent and fully inconsistent prefixes more than the other databases. For, as you can see, it is the same trends in the other regions as well. So IP Info is kind of one of the most accurate databases out there. So I've put IP Info here because it is something that we work together with them. They were a collaborator on this research, and as I mentioned, they are quite well distributed in different places, and 440 ESOs, for example. And thanks to that, their measurement capabilities are actually quite good. So we also try to compare the results that we have received between a RIPE Atlas and the IP Info results, and we did get some improvement. So there is value actually to use some of those measurement tools that are being provided, not only by RIPE Atlas. So actually what we did, we applied the exact methodology we are using with the IP Info tool. The only difference is that IP Info doesn't allow you to have free access as you can have with RIPE Atlas. So we had to have a privileged access to their system. So the idea of this study was actually to try to see what is the state of things, because there are many things that is being said in terms of where is IP location, or is it allowed, is it not allowed. So there are a lot of technical implications, but also policy implications. So by doing this study, we wanted to actually have a scientific technique to actually measure where is prefixes geolocated. And we also went out and then shared this data with ARIN, RIPE, and APNIC to actually do some validation on that. We also took to some IP brokers, because IP leasing is also a thing, and because of this, IP prefixes are sometimes not geolocated in the places that they should be. So we asked providers such as IPXO to have a look at our data and also provide any correction that they have seen. But most importantly, we also talked to APNIC, because as you know, APNIC has been having quite a lot of issues around where their prefixes are being used. So we provided a list of all of our geo-inconsistent prefixes to APNIC. And they know a lot of them, they knew a lot about them, but some of them they actually discovered thanks to this study. And the inconsistencies are distributed around 51 BGP announcements and 22 ASNs for APNIC. And only 2 ASNs account for more than 50% of the inconsistencies at APNIC. So the takeaway for this study is actually to increase transparency and make sure the community understand where those scarce resources are used, and have a scientific method to actually understand where those are used. We want to quantify the extent to which registry information is accurate, so this is what we want to achieve, and inform policymakers and the different RIR community about this, and also how in-region or out-of-region address use is being used. So yeah, I would like to say that, okay, this is just a research study. We do not want to pretend to do anything out of this. So the idea is actually to put out this information and allow people to use it. But also, over time, we want to perfect the methodology to make sure that we are getting more and more accurate. And for this, we need more vantage points. And also, we need to have as many as good coverage around the world to be able to increase accuracy of the measurement technique. And that's it for me for today. I would like to thank you for your attention, and happy to take questions.
Do you have any questions? We do. Name and affiliation, please.
Hisham Ibrahim, RIPE MCC. Thank you, Amreesh, for the presentation. Your work is always interesting. I just had a couple questions. First, I see that you're doing the geolocationing per RIR region. Are you planning on extending this to like per country or to cities or stuff in the future, or is it only per RIR?
We are presenting the data per RIR region, but we have granularity on the country level, but we're not presenting it at the country level because of the lack of accuracy, because as I mentioned, we need more vantage points, we need more coverage to actually have it more accurate. But then obviously you have cases like where can you really geolocate an IP prefix between France and Germany when they are bordering countries. So there are cases which are clear-cut, so you can easily detect a country. Other cases is a little bit more tricky, so we decided to go with the region.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was getting at, because then it becomes very difficult to do that at that level. I was also curious, were you doing a match for the full prefix or just like different parts of the prefix or IPs or such?
Right now we are doing different parts of the prefix because what we have seen is you have actually more information or more prefixes in the WHEREIS database than on the BGP table. So because on the BGP table they are aggregating everything. So what we do, we extract the IP host from all those prefixes and randomize it to actually get a number that we can run. We cannot obviously run the measurement to all available hosts because it will require a lot of credits. So we randomly select them from the prefixes that are being seen.
And the reason why I ask that, and I don't know if you factor that in what your findings, because I can think of legitimate reasons why, for example, an ISP is building out of region, for example, so it would have a POP in another part of the world, or an exchange point in Europe building into Africa and using some of the ripe space there. Is that factored in your findings?
No, our findings are purely like, okay, we run the geolocation, are they consistent with what we have in WHEREIS? Now the reason why the space is being used out of region can have multiple reasons for that, and this is not in the study, yeah, definitely.
Final comment from my side, as an RIR, we don't use the word owner for resource holders. We say resource
Holder?
Holder,
okay,
yeah,
sorry.
Thank you.
Michela, you want the queue? No? Okay.
Just thanks, Amreesh, for the really good stats. So my question, or maybe a note, do you have any kind of stats related to the application impact of this like inaccurate measurement geolocation? Do you have anything related to that in your study, or you have something like that published?
Sorry, I didn't get the full question.
Do you have any kind of application-related impact applications, like the content itself, related to the inaccurate percentage? We have 2%, for example, of the inconsistency measurement. So
yes.
Do you have anything related to the application itself, that how it would impact the content delivery about the regions?
Oh, yeah. That's a good question. So yes, because of the fact that prefixes are misgeolocated, definitely this can impact, for example, where a CDN is providing access to the closest cache. And I don't have this information, but that is definitely a good study that can be run, yeah, eventually. Thank you.
Hello, Judd, RIPE MCC. Apologies if you covered it and I missed it. I didn't have enough coffee yet. But did you account for any cast traffic or any cast activity?
Yeah, so any cast is an issue with geolocation, so we removed them. So we have any cast can be detected by a few techniques. So there are other researchers working on that. For example, from the University of Twente, they have a tool called Anycast census. So they provide a list of Anycast prefixes that they think are Anycast prefixes, and we actually removed that from our study.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And the data set that you worked on, are you going to make it public, or?
We intend to make it public. So right now the paper is under submission. So once it is submitted and accepted, then we will release the code, the data set, and everything.
Okay. And last question: when we ran some sort of analysis earlier this year for other reasons, I found a phenomenon that sometimes the location is moving, like the actual where the location is being
Yeah.
used. Is this something that you're planning to track, like running this analysis across several points in time and see if there are changes?
I think this is where we need to go, like keep the measurement ongoing, yes, and then being able to track like how things are changing, what is the trend in terms of a prefix. Is it like always static or is it changing over time? I think, and we will see differences, for example, because of IP leasing, because of inter-regional transfers. We should normally see changes, but definitely this type of work can explain those changes. Yeah.
Okay, and last question: is there a reason why you only chose 3 anchors in every part of the world?
We actually chose anchors and probes. Yeah, but we were less confident about the probes because we knew some of them are mis-geolocated. That's why we focused our study on anchors, but we did also use probes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Amreesh. Michela, my first question you answered. You said that you didn't do correlation between, for the reason, right? Why is something inconsistent or not? My request actually is that you actually do that.
Okay.
Because the way that I see it, you're actually always going to have a small potential for inconsistency. And the simplest example is a network that's landlocked that's going to get internet access by a satellite operator that's going to originate their prefixes in Europe. So if you're not analyzing why we have those inconsistencies in your data set, and you're not doing that right now, right? Yeah. Then it's always going to be there. So as someone who's interested in your research, of course, I'd love for you to see the potential to extend it. Mm-hmm. And because I'm asking you to do something, I'm also offering help that if you need assistance, I'm happy to share my experience or expertise to get that done. Because I think that if you don't do it, then the inconsistencies that are legitimately inconsistent is missed, and that's an error. Okay, so it's an ask, it's not a question. My second question, there isn't anyone else, is did you find consistencies with the IPv4 and the IPv6 inconsistencies? And I apologize if that sounds confusing.
Yeah, what we found generally is that IPv6 is not more inconsistent. So basically they are same.
Is there a correlation? Is that your question? Is there a correlation between what is inconsistent in IPv6 and IPv4? For example,
okay.
Is it the same set of ASNs that are consistently inconsistent? Again, I apologize.
Yeah, I don't think we have dived into that, but we could because we have the data. So yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, did you have a question? Any other questions?
We removed any gas. No any gas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, next up is Anastasiya from the RPKI. She's going to give an update or talk about the status of the IPv4 transfers.
Hi everyone, my name is Anastasiya Pak. I am the Senior Communications and Marketing Officer at the RPKI. And today I'm going to present the report that was published earlier this year on the state of IPv4 and the transfer landscape. Yes. So this report is actually part of the series. So we've published the first one last year, and it's actually aimed to broaden our audience, and it's for not just for the network operators and technical communities, but also for the governments and those who just want to start their business in the telecommunication sector. And it's also available in Arabic. It's about how to get IP addresses. But today we're going to focus on the second report that has been published earlier this year and focuses mostly on transfers of IPv4 addresses in a post-exhaustion environment. So what we're going to talk about today is the scarcity of IPv4 and its impact on network operators. Then we're just going to delve into the history of transfers and the current dynamics. Further, we, of course, will talk about the adoption of IPv6 and the challenges that are raised in this topic, as well as the policy and regulations around the transfers. So actually this slide, I'm not going to talk a lot because Amreesh gave a brilliant explanation about the regional internet registry system. But just to reiterate, the RIPE-NCC, our service region is this orange block. We handed our last final /22 block in 2019, so about 6 years ago. That's why currently there is no available addresses until they are handed back to the RIPE-NCC, and new members can only get them via the waiting list. So that also creates the need and the urgent transition for IPv6, which deployment is quite uneven across the service region and in the world. So we collaborated with the external agency for this report, and they conducted in-depth interviews with the network operators, businesses and governments, and the findings of how the operators actually respond to the scarcity of IPv4 addresses were quite interesting. So there are several methods of how they deal with it, and the first two are to receive from the regional internet registries, including the RIPE-NCC, but maybe not as quick as they would require. But if they do want to find a quicker solution and have control over their addresses, then they acquire them on the secondary market. There are also some more short-term solutions, so it's renting, known as leasing, I think, for many of you, or receiving even temporary transfers at the moment. And there are technological solutions like CGNet and IPAM solutions. So just to give a little bit of a recap of what's going on in our service region and what are the resource distributions across our members. We currently have about 20,000 members, and we see on the left column that it's the membership by age and the percentage of it, and on the right column it's actual resources that they hold. So we see, like, for example, those that joined at the beginning of this system, the old-timers, let's call them, 25 years plus, they actually have much more IPv4 addresses than newer members that joined, for example, after the exhaustions, when we didn't have the addresses anymore. And by countries, this is actually something to mention, that it's about the organizations that are registered in the service region of the RIPE-NCC, and Amreesh was just talking how geolocation is actually very difficult. So the UK, Germany, France, Italy, Netherlands, Russia hold, the organizations registered there hold the largest amount of IPv4 space in our service region, and it's also, many of them are the big telecom operators or academia that were at the forefront of adopting the technologies in 90s. So just to mention here, some countries from the region, for example, United Arab Emirates, where we are today, is also among the top 30 holders of IPv4 space in the RIPE-NCC service region. So now going to the transfers, so we're just going to look a little bit at the history of it. In December 2008, the first transfer policy was introduced by the RIPE community, and that's where the discussions already had started. Later in 2012, the first IPv4 transfers took place following the exhaustion of the RIPE-NCC's free pool. And then the next few years, it was the moment of refining the policy, trying to make sure that the loopholes are closed, that we can ensure the transparent and fair way of distributing the addresses. And in March 2017, a more unified transfer policy has been introduced, and it largely remained unchanged for the past 8 years. So in terms of the dynamics, in this graph you can see the monthly blocks of the policy transfers within the RIPE-NCC, for the whole basically transfer history. So we see that in the beginning there was not that many volumes as later And so for the past 8 to 3 years, there have been a high number of transfers, and there are fluctuations. We see some spikes, and in the next graph, that might be also slightly explained. So in this graph, we are also looking at the market value over time. So it's just some indications, so just don't take it as the ultimate truth. So this is the graphs from 2018, for example, till 2025. So we see in the green are the market value of IPv4 addresses at the moment of receiving them, and red are the costs to basically get the addresses from the RIPE NCC, and the costs include the annual membership fee, the sign-up fee if the entity has not been a member yet, and also the 2-year holding period of addresses, because the addresses currently cannot be transferred for 24 months to exclude the possibility of misuse and speculation. So we saw in the previous graph there was a spike in 2021, so we also see it corresponds to in this graph, and there are different phases that affected the profit margins, basically. So the past few years we see there is not really much room left, which shows that transfers might now actually show the operational needs rather than the profit or business gains. Now we are also zooming a little bit in the region, so this was not part of the original report, but since we are here now in the United Arab Emirates, so we decided to include a bit of a zooming in. So we can see here the blocks transferred during the whole policy transfer period's history. We've checked with my colleague René that the first transfer in the region happened in 2013, so a year after the first transfer happened in general in the RIPE NCC service region. So also we just grouped the countries outside and the MENOG in the separate group. So now looking at the United Arab Emirates, so in total around 4 million IPv4 addresses from outside the region were received by the UAE, and about half of IPv4 space has been transferred in the past 2 years. So actually there has been quite an active transfer activity in this country for the past 2 years. And we also brought an example of this year only, so in particular about 600,000 IPv4 addresses were transferred to the UAE from outside the region. For example, Saudi Arabia has a bit of a different story, so over 4 million addresses also in total were transferred to Saudi Arabia during the whole period. However, if we look at this year only, for example, no IPv4 addresses have been transferred from Saudi Arabia to other countries. I've discussed with my colleagues, and this is also a reflection of the collaboration between the policymakers and the local internet registries in the countries to preserve the IPv4. And this is the whole picture. So actually you could check the statistics on our website. The slides are available, so you could just find out and look actually at exact entities daily. So going back a little bit, we know that the IPv4 is quite a scarce resource at the moment, and we not only now have the transfers within the service region, but between other regional internet registries. And in 2015, that's where the policy consensus of, we call them inter-RIR policy transfers, has been reached. And we see that from 2015 towards the current years, there has been quite an influx of the movements between the RIRs. And this is an example from our annual report from last year, so we can see that the amount of addresses that flowed from the RIPE-NCC to other RIRs and vice versa. Quite a lot of incoming addresses to the RIPE-NCC service region. So where maybe it leaves us that we are now at the point where the addresses have been reused, recycled, they're optimized. So many different things that you, of course, all know much better than I, but that's why I think we all need to bring the topic of the adoption of IPv6 as the important step to basically meet the growth of the users and the need for the connection. The interviews showed us there are certain challenges that are coming up when we talk about the adoption of IPv6 from the operator side, and its technical complexities, interoperability issues, uncertainties about customer readiness, sense of complacency as well with before, but also some regulators' concerns about tracking for IPv6. We have the same graph as we had for IPv4, and it's such a different picture. That's why we thought it's very interesting to show. It's the distribution of IPv6 among the RIPE-NCC members. Today, most members have already received an IPv6 allocation. It's quite readily available for them. And the members that joined in this time of the when we ran out of addresses, so 5-10 years range, are the actually largest group of membership, and they also hold about 34% of V6 allocations. But also interestingly, the so-called early adopters, so those who joined the RIPE-NCC in the early days, they have a substantial amount of IPv6 space as well. So this is just actual user adoption. We use the data from the content delivery networks, and we can see there has been quite significant progress in the user adoption, but it's quite uneven in the RIPE-NCC service region. But again, I wanted to highlight the regional leaders, and Saudi Arabia, UAE and Qatar are among the top 20 countries in terms of the adoption across the reported sources. Central Asia, for example, is still quite behind, but there has been a lot of movements from the government side to actually push for IPv6 adoption. So final chapter, policy and regulation. There is quite a lot of complexity around the IP ecosystem in terms of the legal and regulatory landscape. Transfers also involve obligations between the entities and between the regional internet registry and the entity to facilitate lawful and transparent transaction. So it's also, again, quite important to maintain the accurate registry. Hans-Peter talked about this in his presentation, how important it is for the RIPE-NCC, but also for all our members and generally. And also the interviewees discussed that, for example, RIPE-NCC is not a regulator, but it's often seen as one in the role of overseeing the address space distribution. In terms of the regional dynamics, some governments in the Middle East, for example, see IP addresses as strategic resources for their countries. These are some key themes that evolved, so they also are about some concerns around this topic. And the first one is, of course, the registry accuracy that is important to prevent misuse and abuse. And the second is traceability in IPv4 renting, leasing. So, for example, some governments and law enforcement representatives are concerned about the impact of IPv4 leasing on user identification. And the final one were the limitations due to CGNet, which is widely adopted and generally there is no concerns. However, it can pose some problems in the situations like, I think many of you know, Italy's piracy shield when the IP address is shared. So these are quite important topics to take into consideration. So final slide, some takeaways. Well, we see from all the data and the analysis that the current internet addressing ecosystem is both dynamic but also quite resilient, because we found ways to manage so far. But we are quite in the final stage of IPv4's efficient use, where most of the available addresses actually have been redistributed. And this requires quite effective policies, regional cooperation, and quite innovative solutions to establish equitable access to these vital resources. So, final thought is that IPv4 cannot support this continued growth indefinitely, so it does create urgent need to transition to IPv6. These are just some highlights from the report. If you want to read more, please find it on RIPE Labs. Also, if you have questions, you could ask me or my colleague Marco Schmidt, who contributed a lot in this report from the registry department, and also René from the research team, and also my colleagues from the registry department are actually here on site. They will be in the support desk, so you could ask questions there. Thank you.
Can you go back to the takeaways slide?
Sorry, which?
Yeah, this one. So, takeaways.
This one?
Yeah, so, no, takeaways.
Takeaways, sorry. Yeah.
So, the fourth bullet point, IPv4 cannot support continued growth indefinitely, creating an urgent need to transition to IPv6.
Yeah.
In the data you shared, I noticed that in the MENOG region, both Saudi Arabia and UAE were among the top countries in IPv6 adoption.
Yes.
And yet, both countries were also among the top countries in terms of V4 transfers.
Yeah.
They received 4 million or something around that number, right? Which suggests that even with the adoption of V6, there is still need and demand for V4.
Yeah.
And this is probably because dual stack is still dominating the transition or the implementation. I'm guessing, I'm not sure. But I mean, so this statement then that urgent need to transition, it is correct, but demand for V4 seems to be continuing, right?
Yep. So that's correct, because we can still see also from the interviews that were conducted with the operators that they see the relevance of V4 is quite high, but also the point is that actually there's still a scarcity of resources, so at some point eventually in order to maintain and support growth, we need to embrace the new technologies as well. But yeah, that's the truth, that's the reality.
My question is how the responsibility has been managed for IP transfer. For example, if the IP addresses that going from one ISP to other ISP, who's be responsible for these IP addresses?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I don't think I got it fully.
Meaning the responsibility, for example, the IP before that being transferred for the other region or for the specific ISPs or something like this. Who will be responsible for the IP address itself? The entity or the ISPs that they took the IP addresses, or still the responsibility will be in the owner hand?
So maybe just I think my colleagues from the registry department can give you more details, but generally the RIPE-NCC is facilitating the transaction, but there are the organizations that are basically sending the right to use and hold the IP address from one to another, but it's important that they have a contractual obligation, and there are some rules according to the RIPE policies that need to be adhered to. and also sometimes it's also local regulations.
Yeah, so Hans-Peter Holen, CEO of RPKI, just to emphasize what Anastasiya just said now. You, as a member of the RPKI, have a right to registration, and in return we guarantee uniqueness. We do not register the numbers to somebody else. This has nothing to do with ownership. It's not yet like you can own the number 17 or 43, right? Or 42 is probably the best number, right? So if you transfer addresses, you transfer the right to registration. So that means that the previous registrant do no longer have that right. That's transferred to the new one. And the role that the RPKI plays is to verify that the original organization, that whoever signs that contract has the right to sign on behalf of that company. And we verify that whoever signs to take over this responsibility has the right to sign on that transaction. That's our role. And then the registry is updated. Now, if you choose to exist as an organization, if you cancel your membership with the RPKI, well, then you lose the right to registration. So it's more like a lease model than an ownership model, because how can you possibly own a number? You know, the numbers that you use for IP addresses you can use in other systems for other things. So what we provide is a registry that everybody that connects to the internet relies upon, and it's the trust in the system that gives a value here. And I think also I saw a report earlier this week that the prices in the market, and the RPKI has nothing to do with the payments going on here, is actually dropping significantly. So that either means that the demand is decreasing or that the supply is increasing, which could be people cleaning up in their backyard. So it's going to be interesting to see how this develops going forward.
Hisham Ibrahim, RPKI. I'm going to comment on what Bahir brought up about the need for IPv4 and the transition to IPv6. I recently was at a UN level that had a lot of C-level representation from operators in the region here. And when I started presenting myself and RPKI and we do IP addresses, I usually have to explain what an IP address is. At this meeting, I find them all nodding very heavily, understanding what it is immediately, which kind of shows that this is a topic that's being brought up all the way to the C-level, something that wouldn't have happened, let's say, 5 years ago. So I am seeing that the operators are feeling more and more the weight of continuing with IPv4 when it comes to the cost and such, and wanting to move with IPv6. Now, part of the reason why they cannot fully make the transition with IPv6, we looked into that as well for a lot of different reasons, and a lot of it has to do with the value-added services that they provide on top of the connectivity. If you use, there are apps that can show you your IP address and if you're getting IPv6 or not, you would see that whatever carrier you're using here, you're getting full IPv6 connectivity on your mobile today. However, for some of their IPTV services, for some of their other value-added services, some of the security features, the vendors have completely not done anything with IPv6, which still makes them dependent on running v4, whether they like that or not. What I understand from them is they would love to move away from that, but it's still an issue globally, especially when it comes to security and value-added services. Hope that explains.
Just to add to that, also enterprise adoption is not as wide as in consumer adoption. And the consumer adoption is because it's being pushed by the telecom operator, but enterprise, it means that the enterprise people themselves.
Yes, Jadal Cham, RPKI as well. I don't want to play the role of the IPv6 evangelist here, but I do want to clarify maybe a misconception that was reported when we said, oh, look at the region and there's a demand for IPv6 that goes along with demand for IPv4. I would like to circle back to a comment that I did on the panel, is that the biggest mistake that we might do is when we look at the whole region or different countries in the same way. The reason why there's a lot of IPv4, let's say in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, in addition to a lot of IPv6, is that, first of all, IPv6 is the new kid on the block. So the deployments really skyrocketed for IPv6 in 2022, 2023. And before that, let's say it as it is, the operators in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they have deeper pockets than other operators that might be in the region. So there was a phase where they were acquiring IPv4 addresses. So now when they wanted to roll IPv6, dual stack was the easy option, right? Because we have more or less enough IPv4, we're going to do IPv6, so we're going to roll them in parallel. This might not be the case for other operators that don't really have access to a lot of IPv4 addresses. In that case, they are going to favor IPv6 deployments. Now, don't get me wrong, until maybe everything on the internet goes to IPv6, we will find ourselves in a situation where we still need IPv4, even if we're running IPv6 only networks in order to do some sort of translations, maybe NETSCOUT and access the IPv4 destinations. However, what we see as deployments here in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, I would expect that at some point in time, this dual stack setup is going to start migrating towards v6 only or v6 mostly networks. And we do see elsewhere in the world operators who are actually reselling their IPv4 addresses because they don't need them anymore and there is a price tag associated with that. So while what we see here in the region is, yes, the dual stack effect is manifesting, I would be very cautious to extrapolate this and say, oh, even though that we rely on IPv6, we also rely heavily on IPv4. If you take a look at the MENOG landscape report that Anastasiya was part of, it was published on November 20th. There's a really nice visualization about all the countries here, and you see that Saudi Arabia and UAE are only the outliers in terms of acquiring a big IPv4 space. So just between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, we are talking about a little bit more than 70 to 75% of the IPv4 address space in the whole MENOG region. So it's not really an equal distribution or the normal case everywhere. So I just wanted to make this distinction clear.
Hi, Paul Thornton. You did an interesting comparison of how v4 and v6 space, the age of the allocations. I think on the v6 space one, because these are allocations and not actually necessarily advertised and announced and in-use routes, that 5 to 10 years spike is probably going to be due to policy, where people had to get a v6 allocation before they could get the last /22. So perhaps that 61,000 isn't representative of potentially in-use addresses.
Yeah, exactly. So that's another point, that actually the policies really affected and impacted the way the whole evolution of the resource distribution and the transfer dynamics evolved. So yeah, and there is actually more information on it in the report, so I would use this opportunity to encourage everyone to take a look.
Yes. I read the full report, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at MENOG, we're all about cooperation, and we have an exercise for you. The exercise is, let's see if we can get a group photo here and cooperate together to get all of us in the photo. So I would like to ask all of you to come to stage, and we're going to make several rows. I would recommend that the taller people the taller and shorter go on top of the stage and make 2 rows. The back row would be the taller and the shorter would be the front end of the stage. And then the 3rd row right in front of the stage. Let's see if we can do it. Do you think we can? Let's try it. Let's do it. How about you come here? Right. Yeah, the taller people are on top. Tall and short on top. But the
this working? It's going to be hard. Okay.
Okay.
Should we get chairs? Should we get chairs for another round?
Давай. Так, а что тут сбоку может быть где-то?
На трибуну можно сесть.
Make myself visible from here.
I guess I'm not that tall.
Lost the photographer. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay, let's try it. Muhammad. We still have a few chairs here. Please come to it. Ahmed, come here. There's a place right here. We have 4 empty chairs. Please fill them up. Anastasiya.
Come on,
Go
Hussain,
ahead.
get in the front.
Come. One more. Ahmed, right there. Yeah, go ahead. Someone fill a chair, please. Ready? Let's do it.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I am Max from the MENOG Program Committee, and I will be moderating the afternoon session today. So first of all, we have Aftab Siddiqui from the APNIC Foundation, who will talk to us about RPKI checklists, which is a new object, new thing you should see in RPKI. And he will tell us what it is, how it works, what you can do with it. So Aftab.
Yes, it's working. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. I can see a lot of coffee cups, which is encouraging. So you will not be sleeping during this session. I think rest of the people are still getting their coffee. My name is Aftab Siddiqui. I work for, I'll give you a lot of interesting details in first slide. I work for APNIC Foundation, but I'm not representing APNIC Foundation for this presentation, right? You can see a lot of names. So this is part of the research work I did when I started when I was at Internet Society in the past with my colleague Amreesh. So I'm presenting on behalf of Internet Society, and this research was funded by Aaron. So now you can add all the organizations that who I represent right now. So this is very interesting work. How many of you know about RPKI? 1, 2, okay, let me ask again. How many of you know about RPKI? Okay, more hands now, see? So RPKI, Resource Public Key Infrastructure, it's been there for quite some time, almost, if I'm not mistaken, 20 years now, or more or less. But it's been in streamlined almost 8, 9 years, close to that. Every operator should know about this. But there is a misconception that RPKI is for ROA, R-O-A, Route Origin Authorization. That was the whole idea. RPKI is a framework, right? So it's under the RPKI framework, you can do many things. ROA is one of them. So Route Origin Authorization is one of them. The other one, most likely you have heard about this one, is called ASPA. So there's another standard coming up, hopefully at some point soon. But then another standard came out, another way of using RPKI framework is called RPKI sign checklist. And what is a sign checklist? Have you ever heard about a term called LOA? Letter of authorization, letter of authority. If you are either a network operator or you are a transit provider, if you are an Etisalat or DO who is providing services to the other network operators, then you must have heard this word LOA. It's normally is, if you are saying, okay, fine, I have my own resources, IPv4, IPv6, and I have my own ASN, and I want to advertise it to the internet using one of the transit providers, either it is Etisalat or DO or anybody else in the region. I just want to use their transit, their pipe. But they will ask you for some details. What is how you have to prove that you own, owner is not the right word, but you are the holder of these resources. And to make that happen, you provide those details through either WHOIS, but still legally, they may ask you to provide a signed letter, put that information on a piece of paper and send it to them. So that is something which quite commonly used across the world to prove that you are the rightful custodian of these resources, whether you send it via email or send it via letter. Both of these things can be forged, and we have seen that in multiple times, that people have provided fake LOA or fake email to prove that they are the rightful custodian of those resources. So there was a discussion in ITF that, well, we can come up with an idea to use these current standard, current framework of RPKI and use it as a means to verify those documents, that they are not forged, those emails are not forged. So you can use the same framework of RPKI and cryptographically sign those letters, those PDFs, those emails, and send it to the other party. This concept is called RPKI sign checklist, RSC in short. It is a standard, it's an RFC, ratified by the IETF, so that's why it's an RFC now, and it's been implemented now. When we started this research work, there was no active implementation, but as we speak now, one of the RIRs has actually implemented it, and it's available. So how does it work? As I mentioned, you have your own IP addresses, ASN. You put it, and you have to have a peering agreement. Normally, these are piece of papers, PDF documents. You fill up everything, and then you can use your own RPKI signature to sign that document. Now it becomes cryptographically verifiable information because that certificate is unique. And who holds that certificate? Any idea, any suggestion? There are two models, but let's assume your RIR. So the RIR holds that certificate. So you have a central body, 5 of them, like 5 of them in the world, who can actually verify that this resource was signed by the rightful entity. So you cannot forge that information anymore, right? So similar concept in the PKI, the HTTPS you use. Any idea how many central authorities or certificate authorities are there? In the PKI space, more than 150. So it's hard to, and some are not very trustable, some are very much trustable. That is not the case in the RPKI ecosystem. There are only 5 of them, and I'm pretty sure they are all trustable without naming names. So you can rely on that. So in our region, in the region we are in right now is RIPE NCC. So all your certificates are with them. So you can verify that information through them. So you just create a document, a PDF or a .doc, whatever it is, it's just a notepad thing as well. But you can then sign it with your RPKI key. And then what you can do is, you can then send that information to anyone, right? You can send it to your transit operator provider, you can send it to the cloud operator, or any entity who wants to verify that this resource belongs to you. And then also you can send it through, distribution can be done through the API, email, physical media, through USB as well. It doesn't matter. Nobody can force that information because ultimately they're going to verify those signatures or hashes through your RIR, and they will be able to verify if the document is authentic or not. So the third party, anyone, can actually log in, can go to the RIR system and can verify if that document was actually signed by you or not. And if it was signed by you, they will say, yes, it was signed by that entity. If it was forged, they will tell you it was forged. Simple, it's a Boolean operation. It says yes or no. So that ecosystem gives a legitimacy for the verification of that document. In the previous instance, sending an email or sending a PDF never gives you that 100% accuracy. And as I said, it has been forced in the past. People have done it. We have multiple cases in Asia Pacific. I'm not sure about any in this region, but there were multiple cases in the Asia Pacific, very well recorded, where documents were forged and hijacked the resources. So what problem does it solve, right? The number one is the LOA, the letter of authority. It solves that problem quite easily. But you can use it for many other purposes. I turned it off. If you want to verify a peering agreement, if you want to verify your data in peering DB, you can put that information as well. So it gives you an option to verify any information related to your resources. So we tested some of the use cases. The most important one was, of course, LOA, but another one is the bring your own IP. So we spoke to a lot of cloud operators, predominantly Amazon, Google, and Vultr or Vulture. They all have their own policy of bring your own IP. So if you are a member of RIPE NCC, you have your own resources. You can go to Amazon or you can go to the cloud, Google Cloud or Vultr and say, I want my resources to be advertised through your network. So when I set up my virtual machines on your platform, I want them to get my IP addresses. That's a very common practice through all these cloud operators. But again, those cloud operators want to have an automated system to verify that you are the rightful custodian of those resources. So what they do normally, they just ask you to create route objects or create ROAs. These are the two mechanisms. But right now, there is no mechanism to prove that you are the rightful custodian of that ASN, because ROA only verifies the prefixes, not the ASN. Because ASPA is not a standard at the moment, so you cannot verify. So they like this idea a lot, saying that will solve the problem of AS verification, because it does not exist today in the current ecosystem. So you can use it for the bring your own IP. For the peering negotiations, as I said, the peering agreements can be verified as well. third-party database, we tested it with the peering DB. It was a concept node. We tested it with that the peering DB information is on trust basis. You put that information in. So again, going into the details, how many of you have heard about peering DB? Okay, that's much better number than the RPKI. So it's encouraging. For those who don't know what is peering DB, it's a database with a front end, which is a website. You can go there. If you are operating a network, you should have a peering DB account and put in your details as well. Most of the networks have that information. So you can put your network details, which data centers you are in, where you are peering, who you are peering with, and put that information. But this is all a voluntary basis. That information you put yourself. It's hard to verify, but if we put a mechanism where this verification can be done automatically through RPKI sign checklist, that would be an added benefit. Of course, peering DB is a community-run initiative, requires certain steps to make that happen, so it was just a suggestion. Custom RPKI applications. So you don't have to rely on these 2 or 3 mechanisms to verify anything. So as I mentioned before, RPKI is a framework. You can use it for anything. So if that verification system is available, you can verify any other document as long as it remains within the internet ecosystem. So benefits is flexibility, and most importantly is the scale. It can scale quite easily and nicely. You don't have, nobody on the other side of the system has to look at those documents and say, okay, this is fine, this is forged. So you don't have anyone looking at the signed and saying, okay, this sign doesn't match with the previous signature. So there's no one there. So we as part of the research, we did a lot of surveys and asked large operators. So one of the large operators says that we have a legal requirement in the organization that we need to verify the signature through a public, a government issued document. So they have to verify that. So then all of a sudden you are providing your government issued ID to your telecom operator. With this mechanism, they don't have to do it because that verification is done by your RIR. So it saves a privacy issue. It protects you from that privacy concern. So that legal requirement fulfills that information as well. Security, of course, it is secure. It uses some high-level security algorithms like SHA-256, which is so far not broken yet. So it works very well. As I mentioned, it's automation friendly. It can scale up to thousands of documents verification per day because it's very easy. It's just through an API call, and it works very well. Because what you are getting ultimately is yes and no answer, whether this document is forged or not. So it doesn't verify the content of the document, of course. If you need to verify what is in the document, it doesn't do that, but it will confirm you that the document was not forged. So limitations are, of course, it's not an identity tool. It doesn't tell you that it was signed by a person. It will tell you that it was signed by an entity. For example, I'm a member in APNIC region. So if I use RPKI SC, they can say it was signed by an entity who is a member of APNIC, but not the person who signed it. So it's not an identity tool, number one. Distribution challenge, as I mentioned, you have to send that signed document through some way. It's not a public repository like RPKI ROAs, so you have to send it through some way. Operationally, it's a complex. I gave you the steps. There are 3 steps. You have to integrate it into your own ecosystem to make that happen. Adoption is limited. As I mentioned, it's only one RIR who has implemented it. It uses one-time certificate. So it's easy, but it's also a limiting factor. So once you generate a certificate, it lives there forever. If you are worried about not recycling that certificate, yes, that's a problem. So this is just a comparison between what is LOA, what is ROA, and what is LOA. So it's RSC versus ROA versus LOA. These are three different mechanisms to verify the information, right? They cannot be used interchangeably. Just want to clarify that. So what's next? At the time of submission of these slides, the next step was that asking RIRs to implement it. As I mentioned, 2 weeks ago, APNIC has actually implemented it, and it is available to all their members. And as I mentioned, as an APNIC member, I have now access to the RPKI sign checklist. I can sign documents and verify that information, and I have already done it with my transit provider. So it works very well. But RIPE NCC hasn't implemented it yet. And the idea of this research work was to understand what's the understanding level of the community about this idea, about this concept, about this standard, whether they would like to have this implemented, because every implementation has a cost. Somebody has to implement this. A couple of programmers has to sit down and create an interface. Somebody has to do a QA, somebody has to do that. So that has a resource cost associated with it. Of course, every RIR wants to be cautious about that because that's members' money. So they don't want to just spend it for the sake of it because it's a nice technology. We had a very overwhelming support in the APNIC region. So based on that, APNIC has actually implemented it and made it available to all their members. So if you are a member in the RIPE NCC region, if you are a member of RIPE NCC in this region, please take that survey, provide that information. We can provide that back to RIPE NCC and say, okay, fine, this is something what your membership would like to have. But this is just a concept which can help you implement certain things to make life easier for yourself and for your customers as well. How widely it will be used is something we have to explore in a couple of years. But definitely it is something which gives you an added, it's a value add, right? But as I mentioned, one thing you just need to understand, RPKI is a framework. You can use it for your own advantage. You can use it for any other purposes other than what we have explored. Number one is ROA, number two is ASPA, and number three is SC, which is sign checklist. And if you are hearing about the other two for the very first time, that is sign checklist, which I just presented, and ASPA, which is AS path authorization. If you are hearing about these two for the very first time, I would recommend you to please review them again. It will help the whole ecosystem, the internet ecosystem, and the whole internet routing system immensely. ROA was the first step, but now you have ASPA, which gives you the path verification. And if you combine with the sign checklist, it will give you the resource verification. Using all three of them together gives you the ultimate routing security framework. That's all I wanted to present. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer. And if any one of you wants to see how this works with APNIC, I can show you through my account as well during the coffee break or after the session. Jad.
I'll ask a question. Jad Cham, RIPE NCC. You did mention that it might require, some of the challenges against this, that might require some special tooling, tools to automate this or to do all of that. Can you talk a little bit about such tools?
Yes.
Or what you use, for example. Can we reuse the validators that we have, but in a different way, etc.?
Yeah. So right now, just like the ROA, you create a ROA, but you need a tool to verify that information. So that's why you use ROV, which is route origin validation. And for that, you have a middleware called the validator, right, in journal. validator has to have the implementation of SC as well. Okay. So right now, only one has implemented it, which is the RPKI client, which is the OpenBSD version, and then retrospectively implemented in the OpenBGPD as well. So that has been implemented by one relying party software. So then, of course, it has to be implemented by other software as well, such as the Routinator. But it only solves the problem. It solves the problem of certificate hosted by your RIR. If you want to host your own certificate, then it has to be implemented in the CRIL as well. So, of course, it has not been implemented by CRIL or Routinator, the two most widely used softwares. So then, of course, it has to be done by them. That is the first step. Second step is if you want to scale it, if you want to use it on a scale, you have to have an API. APNIC provides the API access, ARN provides the API access, other 3 RIR doesn't provide API access to create ROAs. So if you don't have that, then you have to manually create all these signed checklists. So that's a second tool you would like to have in your ecosystem. So these are the 2 most important bit of tools you'd like to have to use it properly.
Okay, thank you.
But we have already informed NLNet Labs, and they are reviewing it if that can be added into their pipeline to implement. Any other question? Thank you so much.
Next, we have Emad Fahmy, who will talk to us about a slightly different topic about DDoS and DDoS mitigation in the region.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Emad Fahmy. I am heading the technology for NETSCOUT in the Middle East for the last 13 years. I've been working in Arbor Networks and then NETSCOUT for the last 13 years working with DDoS on most of the service providers in the Middle East. And I'm happy to walk through today with you about the latest trends in the DDoS attacks, which is the dynamic DDoS trends in the Middle East and the rest of the world. I know that you are very tired. I can see that from your faces, so I will start my speech by a quiz, if you want to share with it. What is the total number of DDoS attacks that the world has seen in the first half of 2025? I'll give you 3 choices. The first one is 500,000 of DDoS attacks. The second choice is 3 million DDoS attacks. And the third choice is 8 million DDoS attacks. Don't worry, you will not find it here. Okay. So who is saying 500,000? No one. Okay. 3 million? Okay, very few. 8 million? Oh, you are right. Okay, so according to NETSCOUT Threat Intelligence Report for the first half of 2025, the world has seen 7.9 million DDoS attacks, which is a huge number. And according to the threat reports, the largest DDoS attacks reported were a mix of different attack types. The largest one is TCP-ACK, which is using the acknowledge bits for the TCP to generate a DDoS attack, unlike the most usual attacks which were in the past, which are the volumetric DDoS attacks, which are huge hype of DDoS attacks. Now the attacks are moving into smaller, more dynamic, and they are very, very dangerous, as you will see, which we call the dynamic or adaptive attacks, since they change the nature of the attackers, change the nature of the attacks to be adaptive and dynamic, where it learns the characteristics of the network of the service provider and the enterprise, and it changes the behavior using AI and machine learning. Actually, part of the report is very interesting representation of the DDoS attacks, where it looks like the chemistry periodic table, where it is represented in terms of a symbol like the TCP reset, where the vector name and the vector symbol and the severity of the attacks and the frequency, where it's more than 500,000. Next, actually, the other two numbers which I put in the choices of the quiz are really significant, where in Europe, in the first half of 2025, it has received 3.2 million DDoS attacks, which is again a huge number, EMEA. And the largest attack was 3.2 terabit per second on Netherlands. And in our region, on Saudi Arabia, it has received around 270,000 DDoS attacks in the first half of 2025. Imagine the number, 270,000. And the largest attack was half a terabit per second, 573 gigabit per second in a single attack instance, which shows that the attackers are moving ahead in terms of frequency of the attacks, in terms of the volume of the attacks, and in terms of characteristics of the attack, which are becoming more sophisticated, as we will see. Next, the major geopolitical hacktivism. Every year, new groups are arising, generating a lot of new DDoS attacks. We have reported No Name as one of the most active DDoS groups launching DDoS attacks in the first 2025, where the problem with this group is that they are generating very sophisticated attacks. They are not using the default ones, and they are generating a lot of custom DDoS malwares like the Dudsia and gamification of the attacks, which means that they are putting rewards and incentives for the attackers to launch new attack types, which is becoming very persuasive for the attackers to use. And also the sophistication in the attacks leveraging the cloud and the bulletproof hosting providers is part of their campaign as well. And this needs a lot of development in the detection and the mitigation techniques in order to deal with such groups. And also Anonymous Sudan is part of the active campaign groups where their attackers are doing less sophisticated attacks than the no-name ones. However, they have targeted platform and they are part of the Russian-aligned groups where they are launching opponents, they are launching attacks toward their opponents who are against their ideology. Next is what we have reported also is carpet bombing attacks. The name carpet bombing is really coming from carpet bombs, where one bomb can really destroy a whole country, can destroy a whole network, and the name is really significant because in the first half of 2025 we have seen massive increase in carpet bombing attacks, where these attacks are different in nature from the normal DDoS attacks, as I will illustrate. They are very distributive, so they can start from huge number of sources, and the destination as well is huge networks. So these types of attacks are not really targeting one host or couple of hosts, they are targeting whole network, a whole country as well. And this puts critical challenges for service providers where the traditional detection and mitigation methods are not really capable enough to stop such attacks because of the huge distributed nature of the attacks. And as we will see, the single attack can be very small in terms of packet size, but imagine hundreds of thousands of destinations, each one of them with very small packet size. This leads to huge amount of DDoS attacks. Some classical detection methods are not really capable to stop such attacks like the flow spec because of the limitations in the huge subnets that are really needs to be redirected to the mitigation device, which needs a lot of intelligence, as I will explain, in order to detect the nature of these attacks and redirect the proper subnets that are only under attack to the scrubbing device. And as well, the adaptive nature of these attacks where the attackers are using the latest techniques of AI and machine learning in order to change the behavior of the attack over time. So imagine that the attackers now can change the vector of the attack. The vector, I mean the type of the attack every few minutes. And of course, as a SOC for a service provider, you find it very, very difficult to manually change your vectors and the countermeasures, which are the logarithms, in order to stop such attacks with these ever-changing DDoS types. So the difference between a normal DDoS attack on traditional ones and the carpet bombing, in the traditional DDoS attack, the target is a single host or a group of hosts, as you can see in the picture, where if this is a bot, it's targeting just a group of hosts. However, in the carpet bombing attacks, the attackers can take control of a bot, but it's targeting huge thousands or even hundreds of thousands of destinations at the same time. And I'm not really exaggerating. As you will see in the case study today, there are hundreds of thousands of hosts that can be target of such attacks. The problem with such carpet bombs is that the major problem is that you cannot detect it with the existing tools because of the small traffic volume per destination, where most detectors can only build the baselines on larger DDoS attacks. So you need a more advanced mechanism in order to detect these smaller packet sizes. And you cannot redirect to the ISP scrubbing center all of these huge subnets which can really rejected by the BGP in terms of redirection, which needs a more smart way of detecting the exact subnets and redirect it to the scrubbing center. Now we will have a look at one of the campaigns of the cyber attacks on the Middle East, which happened last year, where there was a cyber attack on Egypt, UAE, and Saudi Arabia with a sophisticated multi-vector attack campaign. And when I say multi-vector, I mean that it is really using different types of DDoS attacks in the same campaign, moving from volumetric attacks that are very huge in volume, state attacks that are attacking the firewalls and the state devices, bring all the stateful devices down, and the application attacks which are targeting application servers. And the attack is really using all of these techniques together. The targets of the impact of the attack campaign was main service providers, public posts, electricity companies, airport banks. There was a really very organized campaign. And the impact was a lot of services, the DNS services, the caching and media, government services. So it was a bunch of services being attacked at the same time with a single attack instance. And there was complaints over days over difficulties accessing all of these services together. So this was part of a cyber attack which was very organized and very huge in volume, as you will see. The multi-vector and multi-services was the two characteristics of this attack campaign. Multi-services, since it was targeting a lot of services at the same time over government infrastructure, financial sector, and a lot of payment gateways as well, which stopped the financial services for a few days. And multi-vector, which means that the infrastructure of the telco providers were suffering in terms of services with different types of DDoS attacks, all of them working together, which was very difficult for these providers to stop such attacks. Highlights from the attacks. First, multi-vector, as I said, it starts with TCP, state exhaustion attacks, where the attackers were using the state table of the TCP to launch attacks using the TCP AG bits, where it was 20 multi-vectors were used at the same time in order to drop services like the UDP DNS and the web services. This attack was huge in terms of scale and duration. It was a large volume, which exceeded the 200 gigabit per second in a single attack instance. Long duration, so the single attack lasted for a few days, and high frequency at the same time with thousands of simultaneous attacks at the same time with a high packet size. The target selection was really the critical services of the DNS, the web, and caching at the same time. And there was two aims for this attack. The first thing is to saturate the bandwidths of the service providers and the enterprises. And the second thing is to fill the CPU firewall to peak randomly dropping sessions. So it was targeting both at the same time. And the thing is that it was really external from the internet and internal at the same time. So the sources were hybrid, which represents difficulty for the service providers to stop such attack because it's coming in different directions. So as I said, it was thousands of attacks with millions of packet sizes. You will see here 23 million packets per second, which is a huge packet size for the cumulative attack size, and more than 200 gigabit per second for such attack. So both together, the attack frequency and the size in terms of huge gigabit per second exceeding the 200 gig and large packet sizes at the same time, it is very harsh for the service provider to deal with. The targets and the impact of the attack campaign, we have seen huge impact of this attack campaign So, and we started working with these attacks in the initial alert phase, where it was first anomaly detection triggering unusual traffic patterns. And this was the first things detected by the governments, the banks, and the service provider. So initial alert phase, working on unused traffic patterns, and then pattern recognition, where we have identified different types of vectors of the attacks happening at the same time across different geographic locations, and then noticing that there is a repetitive pattern across these sessions where we are monitoring both of these geographic locations, and then classification of the threat, where these multi-vector attacks classifying them into target mitigation strategy deployment, where the mitigation strategy, I mean protecting against the DDoS attack by stopping the DDoS packets while allowing the legitimate traffic to pass. And this is like a surgical mitigation, like a surgeon removing something malicious from the body. And finally, response coordination, where cross-regional instant response was taken care of. The anatomy of a single attack DDoS, you will find an instance, just one instance of the attack, which, as you can see here, the attack was mainly based on TCP-ACK, TCP-SYN, and TCP reset. As you can see, the volume of attack is around 5 gigabit per second, but this is a single instance. And imagine that there was hundreds of these incidents happening at the same time. So the start of the attacks was TCP-ACK, followed by TCP-SYN, SYN-ACK, and reset, which are all part of different vectors of the same attack campaign. And then the thing which was very dangerous here is the packet distribution. Have a look here, where the packet distribution is very small, from 0 to 150 bytes. And this is the smallest packet size that an attacker can do, which puts a huge pressure on the service provider to detect, since when you enable baseline learning in the service provider or a government where it can learn the baselines of the traffic, it finds it very hard to detect such small packet size as a DDoS. And then the highly distributed sources and destinations. So this attack started from highly distributed sources, huge number of subnets, attacking highly distributed destinations. As you can see here, the destinations can reach /17 and /18, which is really large number of subnets being attacked at the same time. So imagine very low packet size on a single attack, huge number of destinations and sources, and a lot of vectors happening at the same time. This is part of the mitigations, where tens of simultaneous sessions of mitigations were run at the same time, hundreds of mitigations in order to stop each attack alone. And we have reported on one service provider more than 9 terabytes of second being blocked in a single day as a DDoS attack, which is a huge number. So tens of simultaneous mitigations, traffic blocks in terabytes, and attack traffic being filtered, because it was very difficult to filter the legitimate traffic, which is still part of the DDoS campaign, from the DDoS traffic, which is huge in number. There was a lot of countermeasures being part of the sample of the attack. You will see that there was successful defense against this sophisticated carpet bombing attack. You can see part of TCP countermeasures, UDP zombie, which is still a UDP flood, invalid packets, DNS authentication. Imagine all of these mix of attacks were in one campaign. The lessons learned from these attacks, these are some of the challenges which we have seen in service providers and enterprises. The first one is the large volume, where these multi-vector carpet bombing attacks have massive volume, more than 200 gigabit per second. What was missing is really the presence of sufficient mitigation capability in terms of size in order to deal with this huge volume. And the saturation of the international links was a direct result of caused the internet gateways to reach their maximum capacity. And the missing thing is the presence of multiple layers of mitigation. First layer inside the enterprise or a service provider, and the second layer is a cloud provider, in order to absorb these large mitigation devices if the local scrubbing center is unable to stop it. Adaptive attack detection, which was really part of the challenge, where because these carpet bombing attacks and as part of the dynamic attacks, the attackers are changing the vectors, they are changing the type of the attacks very quickly, they are using small packet sizes, wide subnet distribution, and this needs the presence of a smart detection mechanism based on AI and machine learning in order to detect this changing behavior of the attack, which are happening every few minutes. And the detection mechanisms should really have this adaptive nature, like all the world now is walking into the AI, and the DDoS attacks as part of the world is really affected by that, where the attackers are now very smart. They are using AI and machine learning to change the behavior of the DDoS attacks, and this is the newest trends that we have seen. And then the network congestion, consider that /17 network as a destination of the DDoS attack needs to be redirected to the scrubbing center. This causes the BGP redirection to have a problem, and sometimes it was rejected by the network devices for having such a huge redirection of subnet. So what was really missing is more distributed DDoS scrubbing centers, where depending on centralized scrubbing centers for stopping such attack is very difficult. So distributing the scrubbing centers over multiple locations and even distributing the subnets into smaller ones where there is more granularity and more accuracy in the detection of such subnets was really missing as part of this campaign. Mixed attack sources, complexity of the attack, where simultaneous attacks are coming from external, from the internet, and the internal within the network. This puts a huge pressure on the service provider. If it doesn't have a layered detection and mitigation capabilities, a single point of protection puts a huge pressure on the provider, stopping both the external and the internal attacks. The problem of these internal attacks is hard, because sometimes the traffic coming from the mobile network into the fixed network, it doesn't pass by the internet gateways. And most of the scrubbing centers in the service providers are on the internet gateways. So such attacks can launch from a local botnets, which can attack different parts of the network and not passing by the IGWs. And this put a lot of sophistication to add different layer of mitigation and detection inside the network as well. The detection techniques, the normal ones like the flow spec, which is still a good technique on the routers, but it wasn't able to stop such attacks because of the huge volume of the traffic that needs to be redirected using a flow spec rule to the routers, which needs a more advanced mechanism in order to detect the exact subnets that needs to be protected and redirect them and detect really what are these subnets in a smart way based on the attack characteristics. One of the things that we've learned also is driving the adaptive DDoS protection from a global threat visibility. We have seen that global threat visibility is a must. So monitoring the internet traffic of the whole world is part of what we believe in. Active reflectors and amplifiers are source of DDoS attacks, abused open proxies, where the attacker abuses the open proxies in order to launch DDoS attacks and mark the true origins and launch distributed attack campaigns out of them. Persistent attack sources, known botnets. One of the things I want to tell you is that now the attackers, they don't lease the botnets, but they are actually owning them. They are using their own botnets in order to launch DDoS attacks. Other intelligent sources that now are part of the international campaigns are the bulletproof hosting services, where they are tracking the hosting providers known for harboring malicious infrastructure and Tor exit nodes. So what I want to say from this slide is that there are international sources of DDoS attacks that needs to be monitored every day in order to have a global verification where all of these intelligent sources are real-world DDoS attack data, ensuring that the detection is accurate and all the newest DDoS attacks, the trends, the botnets are being reported, and all the service providers should be part of this global visibility in order to be updated with the zero-day attacks, which is not seen anywhere in the world. So, for example, if France Telecom or British Telecom has been facing a DDoS attack like the carpet bombing one, global visibility ensures that this attack size has been reported, and then all of the signatures and the fingerprints needs to be sent to every service provider in order to launch the same protection techniques if it's faced by the same attack. Also part of the global visibility is the AI and machine learning, what we call the adaptive DDoS. Adaptive or dynamic, it means that adaptive techniques are being used in order to know the change in the vector and the change in the nature of the DDoS attacks, which are changing from time to time. And this needs to measure the total DDoS traffic, not just for a host or a smaller subnet, but for an entire network. Because as I said, the carpet bombing, it is really directed to an entire network. So modeling the baselines over hosts is not enough at this stage, but it should be centered around full subnets in order to know what is the baselines that the attackers are using as a carpet bombing to launch whole subnets attacks, and then analyze the attack destinations to determine what are the specific subnets that needs mitigation. Because if you redirect the whole /17 or /16 to the scrubbing center, it will be down because of this huge traffic. And finally, to redirect these specific subnets, which needs an intelligent detection technique to the scrubbing center and automatically protecting the attacks on these subnets using advanced AI and machine learning. So this adaptive DDoS detection and protection will be really capable to stop the latest trends that the attackers are having nowadays. Final recommendation to handle the attack challenges: upgrade your DDoS mitigation capability. So the old way of calculating the DDoS mitigation is not enough nowadays, because you need to have sufficient capacity in order to deal with these huge volumes of DDoS attacks that are there nowadays. The attackers have raised the bar for the frequency, the volume, and the sophistication of the attacks. Enable advanced DDoS protection, thinks of techniques using AI and machine learning, having adaptive capabilities in order to defend the right DDoS attack using the right technique, and optimizing protected customer subnets. Just make the small, as far as you can, the subnets that needs detection and protection in order to improve the detection accuracy and to enable granular traffic analytics, and apply the latest trends. Don't depend on old techniques that can still stop some DDoS attacks, but not the latest one built on AI and machine learning. And think about deploying multi-layer cloud mitigation, where, as I said, attacks can come from different sources and can have this AI capability. So multi-layer cloud mitigation can give you this capability. These are just final recommendations to handle the attack challenges based on what we have seen, including the mitigation capability, the advanced detection and protection, talking about advanced techniques in designing the subnets, and multi-layer cloud mitigation. So summary, what we've talked about is like a vaccine for the digital body. So just imagine that you have an immune digital body, and these new strands in DDoS attacks is like a virus that wants to be spread in your body. So having the right immune system that enables you to early have problem identification before the virus is spread into different parts of the body. You are equipped with the pre-attack global intelligence provision, where you are having a global verification from the internet traffic about the latest trends in the DDoS attacks, and having proactive defense, where automatically or dynamically you are able, like the vaccination, to provide the immune before the exposure of the DDoS virus to reach the rest of your body and fill everything in your network with this attack traffic. So that was all. Thank you so much. I hope that it was a benefit, and I'm ready for any questions. I'm a little worried because there are no questions. So.
There don't seem to be any. Oh, there's one question.
Hello again. Thank
Hello.
you for presentation. It was very nice.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Can you introduce yourself?
Saleh from Itsalat. My question, why I need multiple layer of protection? For example, for internet gateway and from cloud.
Okay, so I can divide the service providers in the world into two categories. Tier 1 service providers and Tier 2 and 3 service providers. For Tier 1, usually they have a huge internet capacity. So they tend to use huge capacity of DDoS mitigation on their IGWs. And in that case, if your internet or DDoS mitigation is huge, and you can take care of most of the DDoS attacks that are facing you, and still your international bandwidth is not saturated, then you are safe enough not to depend on the cloud. But again, there are tier 2 and tier 3s where they have smaller internet size capacity, and even if they are equipping in the IGW scrubbing centers that are powerful enough, still their internet pipes can be full with attacks of this kind. And in that case, if your international links is being saturated, you cannot do anything except move to a higher layer in order to do the mitigation. We have two choices for that, either to equip your international POPs with another layer of mitigation for DDoS in order to protect you against such huge volume, or to depend on a cloud as a second layer of protection where there is like automatic signaling between the local scrubbing center and the cloud.
That means that some attacks, it's bypass the internet gateway and goes to the cloud level. That's why I need another protection.
In that case, we recommend that there should be a communication signaling between the two layers, the local scrubbing center and the cloud. So for example, if the local scrubbing center is receiving an attack which exceeds 80% of the internet bandwidth, so now for sure the internet bandwidth will be saturated, then this should signal, the cloud provider in order to redirect the traffic and have this attack to be mitigated in the cloud scrubbing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
About the new DDoS attacks that targeting APIs. Do you think that the current mitigation techniques fit with these kind of attacks, or we need to deploy new, mitigation techniques to fix or to mitigate such attacks? Thank you. This is my question.
Thank you so much. These types of attacks is what we call very small application layer attacks that needs specific behavior where you cannot depend on the IGW scrubbing centers in order to stop such attacks because they are very small in volume. So you need an intelligent device equipped with an equipped with AI and machine learning in order to detect this behavior in the DDoS on these APIs and take the right action based on the baseline studying of the characteristics of the network, because there is a default behavior for these applications and you need to study the change in this behavior, and when you see a change of these traffic characteristics or these API characteristics, you need to take the right actions. So I would say the scrubbing center DDoS protection is really hard to detect such attacks. You need smaller devices which is just being set in front of the data center servers, especially the servers having these APIs on place in order to detect and mitigate these attacks.
Okay, another question.
Of course, equipped with AI as well.
Okay. For the, let's say, you mentioned that we need like kind of multi-layer of mitigation, right? Do we need like to have a mechanism for this, let's say, multi-layer DDoS mitigation to communicate somehow so that we'll have the best results?
Yes, your question is very good. Yes, if these multiple layers are not communicating with each other, so this rise in the mitigation from one layer to the other will be manual, which will be very slow. So for example, if you have an attack on the government or a service provider which is huge in volume and the service provider cannot really deal with it, and there is no proper signaling for the upper layer in order to understand that there is an attack that needs intervention, this will be manual. And as I said, if it's manual, it will be slow, and the attacks now are very fast. So yes, I would say there should be a signaling methods, like a signaling from the local scrubbing center to the cloud, informing the upper layer that I cannot deal with such attack, you have to deal with it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Amreesh from ISOC. Nice presentation. So you mentioned several times AI and machine learning. So do you know if those algorithms are open algorithms, can be made available to anyone, or are they more proprietary and specific to some use cases because you have different grades, different nature of DDoS attacks?
Up to this moment, very few companies are developing these AI and machine learning algorithms. Hopefully, one of them is us. Up to this moment, it is a proprietary, and it is built on different techniques. One of them is the network, which is the global visibility, having AI inside this global visibility network built on hundreds of service providers, where the AI modeling techniques are built inside these networks to study the internet traffic and detect these sources of DDoS attacks, which are dynamic in nature. And this also is built inside the service provider local scrubbing devices, this AI modeling the same technique in order to detect this inside the service provider and the government network. So I would say at this moment it's not open.
Okay. I have another question with regards to cost, actually. So do you have an idea of how much it costs, unwanted traffic or DDoS traffic costs a typical company? Like, is it like 50% of the operational cost of running a network, or 20%? So just to justify like investment in DDoS protection type of mechanism.
Nowadays, so when the AI hype was there, the cost of a DDoS attack has increased so much because of the difficulty in stopping such dynamic or adaptive nature of DDoS attacks. So the service providers and the large enterprises were hit. Their services were hit with more attacks that were more sophisticated. So the cost of the DDoS attack went higher and higher. And I cannot give you exact numbers, but part of the threat report you will see such analogy. And this puts a pressure on the enterprises and the providers to develop more sophisticated detection and mitigation techniques because the cost gets higher. So the formula is more sophistication of the attacks. The SOC teams or the provider or the enterprises are not able to stop more attacks, and the services, the critical services, are more impacted, which puts, again, a huge pressure in order to have the latest.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, the last presentation of this session is from Stavros Konstantaras from AMS-IX. I see he's getting ready. It's a topic that where I also have a lot of interest, and yeah, so it's about the Internet Routing Registry and its landscape. So, Stavros.
Thank you, Max, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. I hope you still have the energy to follow this presentation because it's quite complicated, and there are some nice graphs, so I hope you can follow it. My name is Stavros. I'm a senior network engineer with AMS-IX, and this project was conducted together with some colleagues from DDoS, and I would like to present you the results. So let's move forward. So, okay, I'm sorry. So this research project was initiated by a BCP that was introduced by AMS-IX during a RIPE meeting in Rotterdam, where actually what we proposed is that the XP operators must use only the official IRR databases and their official delegations as well to create filters for their route servers. And because this BCP will actually create a lot of movement of RPSL objects from third-party databases into official databases, we actually extended this period. We introduced also a grace period of 12 months, where actually we extend the list of databases with 4 unofficial databases like RADB, RIPE non-auth, and TTL level 3, in order to give time to the operators to migrate their data from third-party databases into official databases. And we actually introduced this BCP not only in the RIPE meetings, but also in the mailing list, mostly in Connect working group. There was quite some support from people, but there were also some other colleagues that came to the mailing list and they expressed comments and questions and concerns, and those concerns can be summarized in questions like those that you can see, like if the authoritative IRRs represent operators better than the third-party IRRs, or if it works to make such an effort and BCP, because some point RPKI will take over the world and we're gonna be freed. And also the most critical question, what about the legacy space, if can be transferred or not? This is a very critical topic. So we try to answer those questions, and this presentation is about that. And we gathered together, both AMS-IX and DDoS, we put our minds together, and we came up with a methodology how to answer those questions. To be able to do this research, we had to get WHEREIS dumps from all 5 IRRs, and include also all 14 third-party IRRs in our datasets. We also included BGP data from route server of AMS-IX and DDoS, but also included MRT dumps from the RIPE REIS collectors. Of course, we included RPKI raw repository data and also some REIRS-specific sources with respect to the legacy data. Even we included the NRO delegation files just to confirm where the space belongs into which IRIR. But the most important part is that we talked a lot with the IRIRs in order to understand better their processes when it comes to the legacy space and how they handle it, and make sure that what we understand is correct and we can depict this into the research. So let's go into the first question. If the authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs? To answer this question, we can show you our first graph, where actually you can see over here in this graph, in the horizontal axis, we have all the databases that we studied. On the left side are the third-party databases, on the right side are the official databases, and in the horizontal axis is the object share compared to the whole IRR ecosystem. And as you can see, when it comes to the route objects, the numbers are roughly equal, mostly the same, I would say, between authoritative and third-party IRRs. When we start talking about AS-sets, we can see the numbers are shifting, and the majority of the AS-sets belongs to official databases, and only 40% of the AS-sets belongs to third-party databases. And when we talk about outnum objects, this number changes completely, where 79% belongs to authoritative IRRs, and only 21% of the outnum objects belongs to third-party databases. For the second question, if the networks use multiple IRR databases, we have to come with these heat maps, a little bit more complicated. So on the left side, there is a heat map with respect to the route objects, and on the horizontal axis, we have how many times, how many databases are being used by operators, 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And on the vertical axis, the same amount, but for the third-party databases. And the values in the middle concern about combinations of those. So if we go together into this graph, in the heat map, you can see that 33% of ASs use one or more third-party IRRs, while 60% of the ASs outside in this world, they use at least one authoritative IRR database and one or two third-party IRRs to store their objects, actually. The scenery changed completely when we talk about AS-sets. When we talk about AS-sets, and we put those numbers into the heat map, we can see that 58% of the ASs actually use only one authoritative IRR to store their AS-set object. And 38% of the ASs use one third-party IRR database to store the object. Then we had to go into the databases and see what is their scope, what purpose they serve in this world, and we talk about global or local relevance. In this graph below, you can see that the more objects you have that reach the 100% means that you have more local route objects, and when your values go down below the threshold, the 50%, means that you have more global scope. And as you can see here in this graph, we have a lot of databases that are very small, less than 1%. That's why the colors are very gray over here, not very strong. These are very small IRRs that have high locality. They have objects that represent mostly the local operators. And when we say local operators, we mean AESs or operators or networks that actually have the headquarters in the same region where the REER exists. When we talk about authoritative IRRs, we can see that they also have high locality, means that those official databases actually have more than 90% of their objects represent networks that exist in their region. But when we go to the right side of this graph, we can see that the three larger third-party IRRs actually have global scope. Actually, they don't represent any local community, but they rather represent networks that exist somewhere in the world. So they have a more global scope. And then we started looking into data quality, and the first thing that it comes to our mind and we need to answer is how often objects are being updated in those databases. So this is a CDF graph, and on the horizontal axis, actually the numbers are years. Please be careful with that. Is years on the horizontal axis. And over here, you can see that we examined both route objects and AS sets, both from authoritative and third-party databases. And if your numbers are if the objects are being updated frequently, then you have a better performance, and that is depicted on the graph. So the more to the left you are, then means good performance. The more to the right means that you have old objects and the performance is bad. And as you can see here in this graph, the route objects in authoritative IRRs are updated more frequently compared to the third-party databases. And this changes a little bit with ASX, because over here, for example, we can see that ASX in third-party databases are also frequently updated, but that's because of the TC database, which actually shifts this graph significantly. If you remove TC from the equation, and then you're going to see this number, this line going more to the right side. And yeah, as I said, the route objects in authoritative IRRs are much more frequently updated. And then the question comes with regards to operations, if those route objects actually match with what we see in the DFZ zone. And this complicated graph tries to give this answer. So over here, we see on the horizontal axis, we represent route objects with where the origin does not match the DFZ. And on the vertical axis, we see objects that actually do not exist, or we haven't seen them in the DFZ at all. So if the database has objects that match those two criteria, then the database goes to the right side, which means bad performance. And if the database has objects that do not match those two criteria, then it goes more to the left, which is good performance. We can see here the big winner is the TC database, but that's a very big exception. We asked the TC guys, the people who maintain TC, and they said that they follow very strict rules, regulations, and quality checks on the objects that they put in the database, and they talk a lot with operators to confirm the data. And congrats to them. But actually, what we can also see here from this graph is that nearly all third-party IRRs have worse alignment with the DFZ. What they store does not match with the reality. However, the authoritative IRRs have better alignment with what we see in the DFZ. So the question to this, so the answer to this question is if the authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs, the answer is yes. Authoritative IRRs are less in conflict with the DFZ and have higher object update frequency, with only exception of the TC, which actually is a highly localized database in the LACNIC area in Brazil and has less than 1% of the global route objects. And then some people ask, okay, does this work an effort? Does the juice worth the squeeze? And to answer this, we had to look about the data quality a little bit better with more mind. And we came up with this also complicated graph. As you can see, in the horizontal axis, we have all the databases that we examined. For this exercise, the authoritative IRRs are out of the scope. We focused on the third-party IRR databases, and with the red colors, we can see route objects that actually conflicting with RPKI, conflicting with official IRR, or conflicting with the DFZ announcement. With the yellow color, we have objects that are duplicate or irrelevant with respect, again, to RPKI, IRR, and DFZ. And with the blue color, we see objects that are vulnerable. Those are objects, route objects actually exist only in third-party IRRs, and there are no information anywhere in the IRR system or in DFZ. And as you can see, RADDB is the big winner, which actually confirms what a lot of people say, that the quality of data in RADDB is not good. We found around 1 million routes, which is 84% of what exists outside in RADDB, that are either conflicting or irrelevant, and approximately 200,000 routes that are actually vulnerable. And we can also see that the other databases, the other third-party databases, have the similar trend. Maybe not as many routes, of course, as RADDB, but the trend is very similar. And then we took these vulnerable routes and we examined them. We put them against the AMS-IX and DKIX route server tables, and then we identified around 36,000 routes of AMS-IX and 56,000 routes of DKIX actually are suspected of this vulnerability. And more than 50% of our vulnerable routes exist in RADDB. So, is the juice worth the squeeze? We say yes, because there are still more than 230,000 route objects outside that are only stored in third-party IRRs and can be easily hijacked and create issues like DDoS attacks that we saw in the previous presentation. Also, all these all of these actually are routed in the DFZ, and they cover AMS-IX and DKIX routes. And we'd like ideally not to have vulnerable routes in our route servers. But here comes the most critical question about legacy space, where a lot of people have questions about it and nobody wants to dig into that. So when we talk about legacy space, actually we talk about IP space that has been allocated to organizations before the 5 RPKIs were established. And here comes the tricky part, because not all 5 RPKIs were established at the same time. We have RIPE-NCC, which is the oldest RIR, which was founded in April 1992, but also we have APNIC, which is the youngest, and that was established in October 2004. And because the RPKIs were established in different periods and were trying to address the needs of different regions and times, they don't have the same procedures and mentality when it comes to legacy space. So we try to summarize our findings in this table over here, where actually you can see on the very left column we have the 5 RIRs, and in the middle we have the most critical services, which is IRR access and RPKI access. We grayed out APNIC and we left it out of scope because during our research we discovered that APNIC has conducted a huge campaign in the past to claim back all the legacy space, and then APNIC either redistributed the claimed space or it gave it back to IANA. So actually they don't have this problem anymore. They have done the work up to 99%, if I'm not mistaken. But all the rest, the other RIRs, actually they're still dealing with legacy space. And over here we can see that when it comes to IRR access, only RIN is a problem here, because actually in order to give access to the IRR database for legacy space holders, you need to have a service level agreement. So then your data can be served via the WHEREIS services. And for RPKI access, all of them actually need a service agreement. It's, let's say, their premium product. But what is very important is that all the databases, all the 5 RIR databases, actually they do due diligence process. Means that when you want to sign a service level agreement with them or a membership contract, means that they're gonna do paperwork to verify the space and then verify also the holder and the organization behind. So it's not just blindly signing papers and paying with credit cards. And we try to put these findings into a nice algorithm that perhaps you can use it later on for your own procedures. So this is the flow chart, which actually represents our findings and actually summarizes what we found, that all the legacy space except RN is movable to authoritative IRRs without any service agreement, and only legacy space of RN requires a new service agreement. And when we say new service agreement, means that, okay, if you go to your IRR and say, look, I have a /16 legacy space for some years now, the IRR will ask you where you found it and will ask you to prove that this space belongs to you, and they will do whatever they can to verify the ownership of that space. So they will do their due diligence. So, question is, where does this legacy space live with regards to the databases? So, as you can see here, again, we have the databases, and on the horizontal axis, and then on the vertical axis is the share of the database with respect to the global number of route objects. And as I mentioned, for this exercise, we did it only for ARIN, LACNIC, and RIPE data, because for APNIC, they did their work, they don't have legacy space. But for AFRINIC, we didn't have a good methodology or a solid methodology to identify safely and correctly the legacy space. So in order to avoid false information, we left it outside. But again, based on those 3 databases and the data of those 3 databases, we figure out that RADB has almost 5% of the legacy space that exists outside. Then we try to dig further into this legacy space collection of objects, and then we saw that, of course, RADB, as we said, has the majority, but also a good portion of the share of those legacy objects in RADB is movable space, is space that can be moved to official databases, and that's approximately 20%. But a huge portion of this legacy space route objects collection actually is not movable to ARIN. It's ARIN space, but cannot be moved to ARIN because they need a new service level agreement. And then there is a nice portion of 5% of objects that actually are orphaned objects. We don't know anything about those. So, when it comes to answer the question about legacy space, we can say that 3 out of 4 relevant IRRs provide IRR services to non-member legacy space holders. So you can be a legacy space holder in RIPE, and you can still have your data in RIPE database and be served via the RIPE WHEREIS services. ARIN remains the problem with a share of 3.27% of global route objects, and these objects need a new service agreement in order to come to the IRR ecosystem. So, the conclusions: do authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs? Definitely they do. We saw it in the graphs. They have more frequent updates and more coherence with DFZ. If the juice were the squeeze, yes, because more than 80% of low-quality objects exist in third-party IRRs like RADB. And when it comes to numbers, 230,000 of those objects are injectable and vulnerable route objects that can be used in DDoS and other malicious scenarios. And what about the legacy space? Well, as we saw, ARIN remains a problem over here because the other IRRs can offer IRR services to non-members. And we found that 3.87% of ARIN legacy route objects in third-party IRRs are existing mostly in RADB. What is the outlook or the next steps of this research? because this is not done yet. It's still work that is in progress, and we're still working together as AMS-IX and DKIX. Our outlook is that we're gonna extract the vulnerable prefixes that exist in the AMS-IX and DKIX route servers, and then from those vulnerable objects, we're gonna identify the ones that might be lost, and we're gonna map them to organizations and owners, and then we're going to measure also the traffic, how much traffic goes into those vulnerable objects and how much traffic will be potentially lost if we remove those prefixes from the route servers. And with that, I would like to thank you, open the microphone for questions, and I want also to invite you to keep an eye in the RIPE Labs website, because we publish our results and our research in RIPE Labs, and the first article has been already published during the RIPE meeting in Bucharest.
Hi, Aftab, Siddiqui. Thanks, Stavros, for that. Just want to go back to the RADB slide with 500,000 thing. So 2 years back, they did implement the removal of any route objects from query.
Sorry, you mean that one?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
just to make sure we talk about the same thing. Yeah.
So they removed all the route objects from query, from the lookup, if it doesn't matches with the valid ROA. If there is no ROA, then it will show up. So are you looking at the raw data of the RADB, or are you looking at the cleaned up version?
No, we took the dumps, the raw data, Yeah, you can take the FTP dump, and whatever is included, you get it. It's quite some gigabytes, but yeah, we examine those, and then by ourselves, we examine those objects against the RPKI data. So we also had another feed, another data set with the RPKI data, and then we did the correlation by ourselves.
Okay, so I just, maybe another request, if you can, since you all have the raw data and doing the pre-processing, if you can match it with the ROA and see how many the non-problematic ones also have ROAs and non-problematic ones without ROAs.
Yeah, this graph actually shows that. So if you can see here, the red part is actually route objects or data, the very strong red that conflict with RPKI. So means that what you have in RADB is not what we see in RPKI system. So it's already here. It's already here. Maybe I can send you later the slides so you can by yourself take your time and see carefully the results. Yeah.
Hello, really Michela, no hats. Interesting talk. Thank you for the data.
You're welcome.
I have questions.
Of course.
You've compared the findings in the database with what you were finding in the DFC, right? DFC.
It's one of the exercises, yes.
Right, of course. What was the duration of time that you did that over? Because obviously the database is a more static thing than a routing table.
I can confirm you that we started this research last year. It's still work in progress, and we refresh the data every one and a half month. So yeah, I agree with you. Okay, we cannot do it every day because it's a lot of data and our computers crash. So we take snapshots, let's say today. After a month, we refresh again, and a month later, we refresh again. But we see a similar trend. So these graphs were generated just before the RIPE meeting in Lisbon on April. I didn't refresh the data for this presentation, but we refreshed internally with the team, and I can tell you there's not much difference.
Yeah. Your answer was sufficient. I was just curious as if it was a static point in time or over a period, and you answered that really well, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Still no one, so I'll continue.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I'm curious about your comment about there are no changes to these objects, and therefore if there are no changes to these objects, then we should count them as less trustworthy. I'm on the other side of most of this audience, so I've been doing this.
I think this one, right?
Yeah, and I would say that if nothing's necessary to be changed, then why change it? I looked at some of the objects that I am responsible for in some of my various obligations, and most of them are more than 15 years old, and there's really no need to change any of that. So
I mean, is change just for the sake of change necessary?
To answer your question, I do agree, but that depends if you are an owner, an ISP, that you have your space and you use it internally. But there are ISPs that they have space and they lease it to some other stub networks or some customers, or there's a lot of space that actually change hands. So today belongs to this network, tomorrow they lease it to somebody else. And then we see a lot of objects that actually exist from many years ago, but actually they don't belong to this owner anymore.
So that's potentially part of your graph, right?
Yeah.
The segment, there isn't an integer here that represents it, but the segment that is more than 25 years old could be, say, a university that was really early to connect to the internet, in which case that university really has no need to change their objects, which would not fall into the description you said, which means they're bad.
I agree, but the universities and those organizations has a very small portion of the internet. They have a lot of space, but over here we don't talk about amount of IPs, we talk about space. So with one route object, for example, if you're a university, you can express the whole route, the whole successfully.
I know universities that have an inordinate amount of space because they were so early to get connected to the internet that they just have bucket loads of legacy space. So I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, that we can look at changes that have been happening more recently as probably accurate because somebody is maintaining them, but the counter isn't necessarily true. Just because something isn't changed doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. Okay, my third question is, we're looking at this from one view, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but the one perspective that I don't think you addressed was that if the rate of change represents a measure of accuracy, if the large databases, particularly IDB, which is the oldest of the lot, for those that didn't know it, is inaccurate in some of its information, then surely the other polar opposite should be considered as well. And by the data you presented, the TC registry data is very good.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't we have lots and lots and lots of those?
That would be nice to have, however, we don't.
Well, I mean, my point is that if it's highly localized, it's providing really, really good information, is that not the option that we should be looking at? And I'm not saying yes or no, I'm asking the question as an interested researcher.
Yeah, but when we go back, you can see that over here, 90% of route objects and objects that exist in authoritative RRs are valid objects, or objects that are, represent the reality. They're very localized and they're very accurate. So actually they're similar to what TC has, but these are authoritative databases, and we have them already, and we have 5 of them. We don't need 25.
But your data says TC is better, and on one of your slides you had a percentage, if you can, I think it's to the right.
So you're going to go to this one? And another graph?
Sorry, forward. You had the slide showing the different RIRs. I apologize, I didn't get the number, but you also know numbers. Here.
That one.
Look at the difference between RIDB and APNIC. I mean, that difference is, from my nuanced perspective, that difference is tiny. So if you're going to criticize the RIDB for saying what's blue and not great performance, surely APNIC, and I'm not picking on the APNIC people, I'm just saying they're not that far away.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, this is an exception, however, right? TC represents only one country with less than 1% of the objects. Yeah, it's only for Brazil. TC is highly localized and is only for Brazil, as I explained to the presentation. And they only represent a small community, while APNIC, however, represents it's a whole region, right? And we are in Dubai. We slightly touch a little bit of APNIC area. A lot of networks come also here to Dubai. A lot of connections from Dubai go to Asia. So
Max is looking at his watch, which is I should go and sit down. But thank you. This was interesting.
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm asking you.
No. We can. That was very fruitful discussion. We can also discuss further with a coffee. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Right, I guess we will just start. Our next session is about future-proofing your WDM network topology while keeping it flexible for the 1.6 terabit. We welcome Gerhard Stein on the stage, and the mic is yours.
All right, thank you. Just need a couple of slides to start. Or shall I do some introduction of ourselves? Here we go. Thank you. Can I point with this? Yeah, nice. Okay, yeah, it's a different topic. It's not the real topic, but it is like the entry how we come to the topic we are going to present, 1.6 terabit. Why brainfuck? Well, brainfuck is also a programming language because Flex Optics is composed by 30-ish% of software developers. So they catch this up and call a lot of things brainfuck. Because what I'm going to present you, how to deal with 1.6 Tera and DWM in a combination, which, is quite interesting. In order to understand all this is a little bit of rocket science. Now, how did this idea come to be? Well, special thanks to RIPE and the RIPE meetings in Lisbon. Our CTO, Thomas Weible, had an interesting talk with Blake Willis. And it's also an interesting forum for quite a brainstorm. So, side note, join the socials, they are awesome. And let's start with the topic. Can I play here? Next slide. Like this. Yeah. So future-proof your DWM network. How do we do that and integrate and keep flexible for 1.6 Tera? Why is this interesting to do? Because the type of transceivers we are going to see on the market, and we are already seeing, have some special properties from which you can benefit. And talking about brainfuck, we have dissected this brain into 3 sections. We start with the easy part, in the middle comes the scary part, and then we go down a little bit and talk about the goal, what we want to achieve. Because I have not yet talked precisely about the goal, I just talked about mix of DWM and 1.6, but stay with me, it's getting very interesting. But let's start with the easiest part, lasers. So lasers in the 60s were more or less a concept, 1958, but the practical construction came with the first Ruby laser in the 60s. But I mean, this kind of lasers, for one thing, you can use lasers for many things like cutting, but for transferring data, well, it's a different kind of topic. Because you have to consider another thing, the medium for transferring the data, and unless you're not in space, you need a cable, right? So in the 60s, there existed cables that could do a attenuation of 1 dB per 1 meter, which means if you have your complex laser, not based on semiconductors, this came later, you have 3 meters of fiber and a complex laser to transfer your data, and you're like, nah, fuck it, I'm taking copper, so no. But in the 70s, this changed. Now we have semiconductor lasers. You can operate your lasers on room temperature. And in the 80s, there also was this involvement with MMF and single mode fiber, SMF. And yeah, there's also this talk about hollow core fiber. So there's also a certain involvement. And instead of 1 dB, 1 meter, now we have 0.2 per 1 kilometer. So with that, you can connect larger cities. And fiber is affordable in that sense. But moving on, not moving back. If you want to drive different channels, like you want to operate on your C-band, it is important to analyze your laser because like our environment light, but also LEDs, if you look at this curve here, you have a very wide spectrum. Wide spectrum is problematic if you have a dedicated band and you want to put as many channels as possible. And how do you do that? Well, instead of using a simple LED for transferring light, which we don't do anymore, we use a Fabry-Perot laser, which is an older generation with 10 nanometers. And yeah, maybe we should stop talking so much about nanometers because it's not the nanometers of your wavelength of the light, it's really the line width we are talking here. And since you have frequencies anyways, it makes more sense to talk about hertz and frequency. So that is that, and the involvement has been that now with our distributed feedback laser, you go down to 1 nanometer, so you are 10-folding your channels, and if we bring it to our coherent solutions, external cavity laser, this is not a mistake. From 125 gigahertz, you go down to 1 megahertz. So you are getting even more condensed information through your channel. Now, getting a little bit back to the past, coherent transceivers, or let's call them transponders, have been existing for quite some time. In the 80s, there were already solutions, a lot of theory around it. But the problem was DSP. You had, instead of a DSP on a small form pluggable transceiver, a huge computer behind it, like a numerical crunching machine that needed to build up the signal, so it wasn't that easy. And also the laser with frequency, we want to have our band and how many frequencies and channels you fit in was not yet possible. So that is the reason why coherent transceivers were not so much interesting to the wide audience, but a lot has been changing the last 10 years. Amplifiers already existed, and yeah, core fiber, I mean, it's still the same fiber we're using. And it's a good thing we can continue using it. We really should exploit more our fiber, and especially what light can provide. So let's look at how can we increase traffic over our fiber. You can do two things, CWDM or DWDM, what we have been doing with MAX and DMAX, the typical 50 gigahertz one on one grid, with some drawbacks that you might lose spectrum because there's too much collision, so you have to see how to properly recover it. Or you go the approach that is more like the so-called super channel, that you condense your information, you make it wider, but you do it with one device. So these are the two approaches you can go, and that is what we want to combine. So now this was the easy part. Let's get to the scary part. Mathematics, complex numbers. Woo! They're complex, not complicated. And for engineers, a number or whatever you do in mathematics is just a tool. So we are using complex numbers as a tool because it turns out light can do way more. We have waves here, but how to detect these waves? The thing is, if you have a photodiode, like a simple photodiode that converts your optical energy into electrical energy, it's a circuit like that, which has this arrow, so it's not a normal diode, it's a photodiode. If you transfer your optical signal, you're losing your waves, basically. The only thing you see is your pulse, and that's it. So here you have your 0, here you have your 0, here you have your 1, and that's it. But it's a missed opportunity. Why? Because with your laser you can control if it is continuous, or if you have phase changes in between, or even frequency changes. And that is an additional information we are not really benefiting from it. And that is the limitation of our direct detection transceiver, the classical PAM4 or on, off, and keying based transceivers. And that is what we want to change. Now, polarization, I will talk briefly about it. Just imagine a fiber like a big cylinder, if you look inside of it. If you have a signal like a sinus wave, actually you can see it like two planes. You have a direction over the z-axis, but if you look at the plane, here you can have your sinus wave, and here you can have your sinus wave. So they are orthogonal to each other, which means it's really a three-dimensional sinusoidal signal, which we could also split. So light has way more properties. You could get more out of it. And that is what the coherent is doing. And now let's get to the complex numbers. Instead of describing a wave, we also can say, well, it's a complex number. We have a real part and an imaginary part. If we have a phase change, and with a phase shift or change we are applying, here's our angle, you can instead of looking at the wave and trying to understand what kind of bits and we are trying to modulate and demodulate, let's have a view at the constellation diagram. It's easier because instead of with the whole frequency, phase shifting and frequency you're applying and your amplitude, what you're now doing is you're looking at this constellation diagram, which is split up in its complexity, we call it like that. But now you have the advantage that instead of this phase you saw previously, in our period, you're transferring, instead of 1 bit, you're transferring 16, which means 2 up to 4, really we are talking about 4 bits, so 16 states, right? And with that, you can already quadruple your bandwidth. Means from 100G, you go up to 400G, right? So that's the thing with the complex number. So it's not that bad, but how to get there is a little bit more complex, because what you need to do is you have your optical carrier, and in order to recover the signal, what we are using for the coherent transceiver in a single-ended version is with the local oscillator, these signals come close, they influence each other, but they don't mix directly, which means you get a down-converted signal to a band which is easy on the electrical side, or possible, even possible, so you still have the photodiode, to demodulate it. So that is that, but you can do more. With a balanced version, what you're doing here is, instead of just putting the signal into waste, you feed it back in with another photodiode, and you amplify it with an additional gain. So you have 2 advantages if you use the balanced version. For once, you are getting additional gain. And the second thing is, since you always have noise in your carrier and also some in the oscillator, since you have positive and negative values in this noise, you never know what. But what really happens here is they balance them out. So you get less noise and more output. Now let's look further. We talked about this complex diagram, the constellation diagram, but how do we read this? Well, if you have your signal and you use your local oscillator, as I explained, you can recover your signal, but now the question is, how do you get the real part and the imaginary part, or the IQ factors? Well, if you just let the local oscillator run and you have a phase shift, you get part of this shifted phase. In order to get the whole signal, you need the imaginary part, and you do this by adding a rotator. You rotate by 90 degrees, so you only have the imaginary part, and with that you get the second part. And now you have 2 amplitudes, and with these 2 amplitudes, you can, with an arcus tangens, calculate your phase shift angle. That is important, because either you read these IQ values or angle or whatever you need for your DSP in order to recover your bits, right? So now, as I explained previously, 3-dimensional signal, to keep it short, we have a beam splitter we put in front, and now we are switching everything in cascade, meaning that, meaning that we have, for vertical and horizontal polarization, or call it pole 1 and pole 2, 2 variants, and now we have obviously 2 constellation diagrams, and with that you can properly recover your signal. And now, how many bits are we transferring in 1 period? Do the math. How much is it? We had 4 bits for constellation. Now we are doubling it. So we have 8 bits for 1 period instead of 1, right? Okay, that was second chapter. This was the scary part. Now let's try to get on the moon. We are ready. Let's talk about filters. So filter, commercially off the shelf. If you have a look at these channels and the distribution of your frequency in the coherent, you end up getting this kind of signals. We have a grid of 75 degrees with a 400G that you now can purchase, the 800 that is available, and for the 1.6 that will come out mostly next year. The grid gets wider, obviously, because you're transferring more, you are dealing with a different baud rate. Now, how do you filter this? Well, you can put all the 3 under one hood if you use a 400 gigahertz filter, because it's more than 300. So with that, we already have a future-proof network. The missing part is, how do you connect this together? But I get to this. Because what we need is also some legacy implementation, because most likely you will have some legacy transceivers, for example, the 10G on-off keying ones, PAM4 could also be, and you can use one 400 gigahertz filter and put a DWDM in between, max D max for 8 channels, and you're good to go. if you want to use the super channels, well, you can use the 400 gigahertz. And if you want to occupy the whole C-band, what you can now do is just get 10. Let's assume you are purchasing 10 1.6 tera transceivers, putting them and filling out the whole C-band, or 12. We calculate 12, I'm sorry. We are putting 12 into this. You can achieve how many terabits? 19.2. 19.2 terabits for one fiber. Imagine that capacity. So that's quite an amazing thing. Of course, we have many coherent transceivers, but it is something you can get out of your fiber. So, yeah. One thing I forgot to talk in the previous slides, a small detail, and then we are over with brain fuck. Most of it is how do you recover an optical signal? How do you down convert it to the electrical one? Well, the thing is, the optical one is on a different frequency and you want to down convert it, right? The problem is when you do this, there are different approaches. There's a heterodyne approach, which usually means you have a distance between the local oscillator and the optical carrier that is coming into as an input. And if there's too much distance between those two, you have the effect that you get also a mirror frequency. Now the mirror frequency is not, is problematic because it might be that you're using a second channel and you have to put it more distance, right? You could run into collision. So you want to reduce this collision, which you could do with the homodyne approach, but the problem with the homodyne approach is if you synchronize the local oscillator to the same frequency as the optical carrier, you need to build up a bigger apparatus to make this happen. These devices are way more complex. So this is a little bit of problematics. The mirror signal is a problem, but also this frequency, if you tell your electrical engineer, please build me a device that detects on a frequency of 622 gigahertz, that's a little bit too much. So these two are not a good option, but with some engineering problems, if you combine two problems, you can come with a solution, which is the intradyne detection. And it works like you put your oscillator close enough to the optical carrier, and usually you have 5 gigahertz, and with that, you can detect it properly, the electrical signal, and you don't have to build a big apparatus. This fits well into a QSFP transceiver. By the way, there's a DNOG, it's usually in November, like this year as well. And in the city of Essen, which is close to Dortmund, they claim that they have the biggest Christmas tree of the world. Not sure if it's true, but anyways, there was a nice talk about coherent BiD. So that's a different, interesting application. If you want to check out the YouTube video, also in English language, I can highly recommend you because it's also a similar kind of how to use your fiber. They ended up connecting a dark fiber, but used more transceivers. They blocked the T export on one transceiver and the I export on the other transceiver, and did the same on the other side. And with that, they built their BiD setup. It's not a BiD transceiver, it's a BiD setup. It's also something you can do. Quite interesting talk, highly recommended. And yeah, we have our rocket. We are ready to go to the moon. And when we land on the moon, well, there are more things to consider. Now what we can do is, we have our legacy channels, as I mentioned, and we have our 400 gigahertz DWM filters. And the big advantage with the coherent transceivers is, since they are way smarter how to detect signals, and you can tune them to a certain frequency, what you want, there's less apparatus to consider, because you can use a cheap PLC, and this PLC, if you have your signal, you just transmit it as a colorless transmission, and you tune your coherent to the frequency you want to detect it, and with that you just pull out your signal and you're good to go, instead of having a more complex DMUX and recovering each of the signals. But you can use both together, which is a nice thing, but there's one disadvantage. Do you have control over your whole network? Do you have access to your dark fibers? Are you the owner of these fibers, or is it your government? So in Germany we have this long term called Bundesnetzagentur. It's an agency, it's a German agency of networks, and yeah, I mean, you might have to deal with them. It's basically a topic to look for if they allow you to run a setup like that. But thing in practice would be quite interesting. And yeah, let's see what the future will bring us. But I think that is an amazing setup to consider. Anyhow, we have been dealing for 2 years across different presentations now with coherent transceivers and detection. We think they are robust and awesome. They have many side effects that are advantageous. Finally, we are exploiting the properties of light, polarization, phase shift, not only amplitude. So that's awesome. Foundation for colorless balanced receivers. We can do this. We just pick out the signal we need. 400 gigahertz maxes will this make it possible. You can now get an 800G coherent ZR plus as OSFP form factor. Next year, as I said, most likely, not 100% sure, but it is for what we are looking for. There will be the 1.6 tera transceiver. And one major message, thinking in nanometers, I mean, you can convert nanometers through velocity of light and get frequency, simple formula, but let's think more in terahertz and gigahertz, because in the end, we have waves we are dealing here with phase shift and all this, so it makes sense to talk more about gigahertz and terahertz instead of nanometers. And channel numbers also is a little bit difficult to deal with. I mean, if you know what kind of mux you have with your 50 gigahertz, all right, and you know the channel mapping, but you still have to look up if you have a constellation of super channels, what we are talking about. What does the channel like 12 really mean? So let's dump all this and talk about terahertz and gigahertz, and you're good. All right, so our conclusion, and yet again, special thanks to this opportunity. RPNCC Lisbon was awesome, the talks and also the social. Can't wait for this social here. I'm pretty sure there will be a new kind of brainstorming, and we are happy for and very open for discussions. And getting to my end, special thanks to Thomas Weible, also special thanks to our engineer Gerd. And yeah, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I made myself clear from the start.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gerhard.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay. The next speaker on the networks is Dr. Ahmed Salam about the open, disaggregated, operating systems. So, yeah, network operating systems.
Okay, let me try this one. Okay. Good afternoon. Many thanks for the MENOG community for organizing such a wonderful event. It's really a pleasure to be here every year presenting on some of the latest innovation happening in the industry. My name is Ahmed Absalam. I work as part of the segment routing team at Cisco. And today we're going to talk about one of the very interesting topic, one of the very trendy topic now in the industry, which is the SONiC network operating system. It's disaggregated, multi-vendor, and open source network operating system. So when you start hearing about SONiC, you see a lot of terminology. You hear the term SONiC, SI, FRR, what is SDK, what is P4, all of these different terminology. And when you try to start put all of these terminologies together, you get this phase. You basically get confused. And my goal today for this presentation is to try to really demystify that SONiC network operating system and make you getting out of this session understanding what is it really SONiC, how it is different from the other network operating systems that vendors sell right now, and basically, is it maybe the right operating system for you or not? And I give you an example of one of the technologies that is being supported now in SONiC. So now when you start, let's say, Googling or AIing right now what is SONiC, you get a lot of, let's say, definition and a lot of, let's say, answers. It's a software operating system, basically originated by Microsoft, and with the goal to power the Azure cloud infrastructure. Right now, it runs on many systems and different ASICs, so it's the same operating system, but you can run it on different systems or different boxes from vendors, or you can take the ASIC from the merchant silicon and you build your own system. It offers you a lot of, let's say, network feature / routing feature like BGP, ISIS, SRv6, etc. And it's already in production, so it's not just a research project, it's already in production in the cloud network of many of the hyperscalers. And it has a very large ecosystem. When you search for the ecosystem of Sonic, in the Sonic community, you have more than 30 members spread across operators from hyperscalers, network vendor, merchant silicon, open source, university, etc. So you have more than 30 members in this Sonic ecosystem. But then once you start looking at Sonic, immediately you hear another terminology, which is the switch abstraction interface. And now you try to ask yourself, what is the goal actually of Sonic? It's to have the same operating system running on the ASIC from different vendors. So it remains the same network operating system, but I need to run it on different ASIC. And in order to run that operating system on different ASIC, you need a way to abstract the programming of that ASIC. And that's exactly what the SI gives you. So it's an abstraction for the hardware that the operating system can deal with the different ASIC in the exactly same way. And you have a SI adapter that if you have vendor 1 or vendor 2, it translates that SI API into the specifics of the ASIC. But then you hear another term, which is FRR routing, or simply FRR. It's the network, or let's say, the protocol stack that you run in that operating system. And in Sonic, FRR is really the, let's say, the default protocol stack. Okay, you keep going and searching with all of these different terminology, but you still don't see how exactly this is different from the vendor operating system. So when I started looking at this, I started asking myself, what is the difference between Sonic and a vendor NOS? And working as one of the network vendors was easy for me to start doing the comparison. So in order to explain Sonic to someone, you really need to tell him how the actual vendor operating system works and how this Sonic compares to it. So let's start from a vendor router from any vendor and running a commercial network operating system from any of the vendor, how it actually looks like inside the box. Inside the box, you have the hardware ASIC, which is typically comes in 2 parts, or not in 2 parts, but 2 main components. You have the ASIC, which is typically programmable, or a fixed pipeline ASIC, or programmable via something like P4. It tells how the packet is handled from when it comes on an interface until it goes on the other interface, where you do processing of the packet, where you do encapsulation, decapsulation, etc. Then those, let's say, native instruction, you need to program them. And here it comes what is called the SDK. And the SDK provides you an API to program those forwarding table of the hardware. So that's the hardware part. So then you take that hardware and you try to build a system on top of it. So you need to run a network operating system. And this network operating system basically comes in multiple layers. First one is typically called the platform dependent or the hardware abstraction layer, where that NOS has to run on different ASICs. So you need to map your network operating system to the different, let's say, hardware ASICs. So that's where it comes, the hardware abstraction layer. It makes all of the different hardware looks exactly the same to the network operating system. Then on top of that, when we do routing or forwarding, you have the forwarding, which is typically called FIB, And then you have on top of that the RIB where you have all of the information and you do the path selection in order to choose the best path. And on top of that, you get the routing protocol stacks like BGP, ISIS, OSPF, etc. And all of these layers makes what you get as a router from a vendor, including the hardware and the software. Then understanding this, how we can compare Sonic to this vendor network operating system. So there is one thing common. Any router needs a hardware. So the hardware is very common. The same hardware that you will run in a vendor NOS is exactly the same hardware that you will run into Sonic. So in the layers of the ASIC and the SDK, they are typically the same. But then in the vendor NOS, you have an abstraction layer that abstracts this hardware. In the Sonic terminology, this is called SAI, Switch Abstraction Interface. It's called switch because at the beginning when Sonic started, it was a switch operating system. That's why the term, let's say, switch abstraction came from. So you have a way to abstract this hardware. Then on top of this, I need to have the FIB functionality with the forwarding chain. And that component is actually called Sonic. So inside the Sonic box, you have a software stack is called Sonic running inside it. And basically it has the database that you need to store the information, the orchestration of those things, the reliability, etc., etc. Then on top of that, you need two functionalities. You need the RIB functionality. When you receive multiple routes and you need to compute the best path, you need a RIB functionality. And then on top of that, you need the routing protocol itself. And this is what is called in the Sonic or the routing stack that you use in Sonic is called FRR. And that basically gives you a hint, okay, that's the vendor NOS that we used to have, and that's the Sonic router that we have right now. Then, okay, now I understand there are multiple pieces inside that Sonic box. How would you build a Sonic router? Actually, there are two ways to build it. Either you go and grab each one of those pieces and build your own router. So you get the hardware or the ASIC from one of the silicon merchant or one of the merchant silicon vendor. Then you go to one of the OEM, you ask them to build the system for you, and then they pick all of the different, let's say, software components, etc. And once you have the white box, then what do? You need to test it, you need to support it, you need to do upgrades, etc., etc. Either you have the scale to do it yourself, or you go with a third party to do this. So it's like do it your own way. You get the ingredient and you build your operating system. Or there is already another option that you have now in the industry, what they call it, the enterprise Sonic, where you still want that Sonic operating system for some reasons, and maybe we will see some of them later, but you don't want to take all of the, let's say, hassle of building and maintaining and upgrading the system. So that's what they call or the enterprise Sonic or the vendor Sonic. But then now you wonder, okay, before I have that vendor Sonic, I have the vendor network operating system where I get everything packed and I get just this device. And now there is Sonic, which all of these components that I need to put together, etc., if I need to build it myself, or get yet another network operating system from one of the vendors. Why I would do it? There are, for people who are doing Sonic, or for some people, there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that it's exactly the same NOS, independently from the hardware that you build. So if you're building your own white box, then you can get hardware from any of the merchant silicon vendor, and you have a network operating system that is exactly the same, independent of the merchant silicon. But there is also another thing, it's a northbound API. When you program that operating system, you don't have the differences between vendor 1 or vendor 2, it's the same operating system. So you get same operating system, same API, but down there in the bottom you can have the ASIC from the different vendor. Maybe you like the ASIC from that vendor for a specific use case, and the ASIC from that other vendor for a specific use case, but you still run exactly the same network operating system on top of them. Now, okay, now I understand how it takes to build a network operating system or add a new feature for that in that Sonic network operating system. Let me give you an example of how you add a new feature in that network operating system. And I give you an example with one of the technologies, SRv6 microSID, and there will be another talk also at the event about SRv6 microSID. So for the details of the technology, I invite you to join the other talk. But let's see, what does it take you to add a new feature in such network operating system? So that support is something that has been happening for many years. It's already mature, deployed, and has a very rich ecosystem. So many of the use cases that is needed from, let's say, from a data center or maybe DCI viewpoint, you have them supported already, and it's all, let's say, work that has been done in the ecosystem between vendors and operators, etc. Now let's go back to the different layers. Okay, now I need to add support for that. I came up with a new protocol, or I have the SRv6 technology, and I need to add some support for it. Everything typically starts from the hardware, so I need to get this supported in the hardware. And here, the SRv6 has been supported in all of the different hardware from the different ASICs. So now, once it is in the hardware and the SDK, now I can leverage that in the operating system to expose those functionality. So the next layer that come after that is the switch abstraction interface. Those hardware capability, I need to expose them to the operating system to be able to use them. And the layer that is done for this is the SI layer. So you have all of the SRv6 headers or APIs supported in that SI header. Okay, now it's hardware, it's in the layer that abstracts the hardware. What about the operating system itself? Now I need to add all of the different infrastructure, all of the different databases that I have in the operating system in order to support this. I need to do the RIB, FIB functionality in order to support this functionality. So the next step that we did, we added the SRv6 support in the Sonic stack itself to support the different use cases and the different APIs that we added in the SI layer. Then you go one layer above, which is basically maybe as someone who runs the network or operates the network, you typically deal with those routing protocols. You need to have all of the protocol extensions in order to support this. The extensions already standard. What you really need to do is just do the implementation of this. And that's the next step that we did. We added the SRv6 support into the FRR routing stack, which is the routing stack used by Sonic. And here, from a use case viewpoint, you have many use cases. The first one is the AI backend. If you join the talk on SRv6, you will learn a bit more on the use of SRv6 in the AI backend, but it's one of the use cases that has been presented publicly by Microsoft in using SRv6 with Sonic in the AI backend to do the deterministic path placement inside the fabric. So this AI backend is already supported in FRR. The typical services that you provide, layer 3 VPN, both for IPv4 and IPv6, the global routing table use case, both static and dynamic with BGP, the underlay traffic engineering, and the traffic steering, et cetera, et cetera. So all of, let's say, from use case and control plane viewpoint, all of this extension has been added into the FRR routing stack, which is the stack used by Sonic. Then, okay, the good question here is that Sonic, it looks promising, it looks interesting. Is it for everyone? Should everyone use Sonic? The answer that you will typically get from a speaker in a conference is really depends. It depends what you really, how to say, what you really want to do, what is the scale. Are you hyperscaler and you can develop your own box, or are you like a kind of enterprise and you want, how to say, out-of-the-shelf solution, or you are a research environment where you want to have more flexibility in adding new feature? So the answer to this question really gives you a hint, is that the right operating system for you or not? But then also, what is the deployment model? Are you going to build Sonic yourself and go and get the merchant silicon and build the operating system yourself? What is your scale? Can you do it or not? Or you rely on one of the vendor Sonic, that you get a Sonic as a different. I really like the Sonic. I really like it as an operating system, but I want it in a way tested, supported, upgraded, and I get everything from a vendor like any other operating system, but I still like Sonic because of its API, etc., etc. So that's also another question that you need to ask yourself. But also from use case viewpoint, where are you going to deploy those boxes? Is it inside the data center, where many of the features are supported in Sonic, or you're going into the WAN and routing and you need really more complex RIB-FIB infrastructure to handle all of that complexity? So really, no one will be able to give you an answer if the Sonic is the right operating system for you or not before you answer these questions yourself. Then, okay, it's interesting, how can I test this Sonic? At the Open Source Summit in August in Amsterdam, we did 2 demos of SRv6 in Sonic. So if you are interested to play with Sonic, see how it works, what is the CLI, and see some real example, let's say, use cases, we have that link where you have all of the configuration, and you have like a script that you can run and in order to build the topology. And with this, I thank you.
Any questions on Sonic? We are a little bit ahead of time.
Okay.
Thanks, Ahmed. Just, I have a quick question. Is there any kind of licensees or any kind of cost for having this operating system? I mean, for support, for even enhancing and development in the future, or it is totally open source?
So there is actually a working, so in Sonic, it's like there is the Sonic, let's say, community where you have many different working groups. So for any feature that needs to be added in Sonic, you need to propose what is called the high-level design. Okay, I need to add this feature. I come up with a high-level design. I go explain it to the community. I need to get consensus from all of the different members or attendees of this working group meeting. And then once you get agreement on the high-level design, we need to do the implementation. The implementation is all open source. You can, let's say, it's reviewed by everyone. Anyone can comment, etc., etc. There is also different working group based on the different use case. So for example, whenever you need to add a new routing feature inside Sonic, there is what is called the Sonic Routing Working Group, where again, you need to go there. Okay, I propose to add this routing feature. This is how I see it should be done. You will have people also from hardware viewpoint, because maybe what you are proposing doesn't really make sense in terms of hardware or not, etc. And there is always a previous step to that. In order to add any feature inside Sonic, it has to be already in the SI specification, in that API, because the NOS need to use this API.
That is totally understand. This is about the consistency services. I mean, about the software itself, there is no license for any, just open source.
It's an open source operating system. You can actually download it from the main line, and there is already a virtual Sonic, which you can run it on top of like a virtual data plane like Linux or VPP, where you can use it for your own testing. But let's say verifying it in a given vendor hardware, etc., you will need to have all of, let's say, all of the license or whatever the vendor provide from hardware viewpoint to give you the way to build the device.
I have a few questions. So, but initially, my understanding is that you're saying this is optimal for data center deployments more than other types of deployments, like WAN routers or edge routers or core routers, something like that. Is that correct?
So, for that question, it actually started as a data center switch. So when it started at the beginning, they started adding only data center switching feature, or let's say basic routing, forwarding, etc. But more and more you see people, how to say, getting interested maybe to bring Sonic into the DCI network with some extra routing feature needed, but it started as a data center switch and they keep adding feature, and the routing working group actually is done for this, is that how can you make the Sonic switch as a Sonic router, but you need many more features to make it router.
Can you go back to the slide with the stack?
Yes, if it works. This one.
So here, so my understanding is the only open portions in this stack is the FRR and the Sonic, but everything else is hardware dependent. Is that correct?
It's let's say in the upper box everything is open source. The SI also specification
I thought the SI was very dependent on the vendor.
Yes. Typically what the vendor does, when you have the SI specification, it's a standard API. But my SDK as a hardware vendor has a different API. So what they give you what is called a SI adapter. It basically takes that Sonic or that SI, let's say, mainstream API and try to translate that, let's say, API into their own specific one. So when you get from the vendor the hardware, they give you the hardware with the SDK and the adapter to run SI on top of it.
So is it like a driver model where the SI has this base code where everybody submits?
Yes, it's like having the driver, yes.
But it's one SI across, it's not vendor dependent.
The one on top is one across all of the vendor, but whenever you get a hardware, they will translate that one into their own, let's say, SI if you wish.
So practically speaking, when some service provider wants to deploy, if they decide to go Sonic, do they need to worry about who the vendor is? If the vendor claims to support Sonic, or is there a decision that they need to think about?
If the vendor claims to support the SI and they give you the access to, to the SDK or the SI API, then you are good to go.
So potentially they could have like different boxes from different vendors all running as long as
Yeah. The goal is to have diverse ASICs running the same operating system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I want to know what really differentiates, say, Sonic and vendor X from vendor Y. Okay, so let's assume that service provider decide like to deploy Sonic on their different products. What really differentiates between vendors? So this is the first question. The second question, do we have like a tool to deal with, let's say, Sonic logs and SDK logs for different vendors?
Okay, for the first one, the difference, so look at this as the Linux kernel. You have the Linux kernel, which is completely open source, but you have Linux distribution where you have different vendors giving you the exact, they use the Linux kernel, but basically they add testing, validation, and maybe add some management tool on top of them. So the difference between vendor 1 and vendor 2, you will run still the same Sonic if they are running the same release. But on top of that, they did some validation, they did some testing. Maybe they provide you some, let's say, northbound API that is better for you than the API that you get from someone else. So they will all run Sonic, but with their own, let's say, might be with their own flavor, or they might just sell you a validated community Sonic. I get the community Sonic that is mainline, and I just make sure it has no bugs and it's, let's say, vanilla flavor of that Sonic. Can you say it again? Sorry.
In critical environments, like service provider and data center, is it worth it to move to Sonic, or better to use to rely on vendor operating systems?
I think in order to answer this, you will need to answer those 3 questions yourself. Is it really for you? Then it really depends on your scale, what kind of adoption model. So those are typically like some of the questions that anyone will need to ask himself before deciding to use this, or basically is not for me, because it's not for everyone for sure, like everything.
Okay, thank you so much. Allow me just to add one note here. If we can, let's say, what are the capabilities of the Sonic compared to normal hardware, same hardware? Which one can handle more traffic, for example? Do you have any idea about that? You have for like the hardware can handle up to, let's say, 10 gig for traffic, 20 gig. So with Sonic it can be more?
No, the hardware capabilities really is the same. There is no change in terms of the hardware because it's exactly the same hardware. If that hardware can provide that functionality, it will provide it. And the difference will be it's exposed in which way. The hardware typically exposes an API via the SDK. Then either you use it in Sonic or you use it in a different operating system, but the hardware capability remains the same.
Okay, so the difference only in the features that we have.
Yeah, it's in the software on top of the hardware.
Any other questions?
I got all of them.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Thank you.
Our next section. Is going to be online with Bartendou from Meta, talking about improving the QoE on real-time coding. Are you with us, Bartendou? Do you hear us? I think you're on mute.
I'm hearing an echo from your side. Any good? No, I cannot hear anything from the room. Okay, so I can start now. You guys can see my screen? Perfect. So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. I missed to be there in the room. I wanted to be there face to face, but anyways. So the topic of the discussion today is improving quality of experience for real-time calling. My name is Bhartendu Chaurasia. I work for Meta in a team called Meta Network Infrastructure. And the primary responsibility I have is to improve the quality of experience of the family of apps. Today, we will talk about primarily the applications which are focused on real-time calling. So this is what I have planned for next 25 minutes. I can take some questions at the end of the session. And if you have any doubt, just keep that in mind. I will give you a quick introduction of what team I am from and what this program is. and then I'll give you some basic understanding of how WhatsApp calling works. We have done some analysis on the kind of performance in the network in Middle East. I'll give you some very 30,000 feet overview on the performance stats, and then how we can collaborate together. So this is the plan of the day. Moving ahead, when I said network infrastructure, I think my friend Mehmet is already in their room. We are part of a team called Meta Network Infra. You can see the blue box on the left-hand side of the slide. This team is responsible to build, maintain, and run the Meta's network infrastructure, right from the data centers to the edge POPs to the peering locations, the backbone connectivity, which is connecting all these locations, and also interfacing with the CSPs like you in the room. And for all the applications of Meta to run properly, we have to have these two networks should run in complete sync. And the team I come from is represented here by this arrow. My job is to understand the problems or complexities of the network on your side, CSP networks, and then translate those complexities to the engineers or the software engineers on my side who are building these applications, and vice versa. Having said that, as all of you know that WhatsApp calling and all these OTT calling is becoming a default calling mechanism in the world. A lot of people are using WhatsApp calling for their international calls in the domestic market. And past 2 years, we started looking into what are the problems operators are facing in terms of WhatsApp calling. You guys are expert of running your voice over LTE services and circuit switch services. But when it comes to WhatsApp, you have very limited understanding on how this application is running and what is the performance my users are getting if they're using WhatsApp. So having this thing in mind, we started this program called VAMOS. It's a code name. A Spanish word stands for Video and Audio Multimedia Calling Optimization Solution. We thought we will work on all audio and video calls which are running through either WhatsApp or Messenger or Instagram Messenger, and we'll optimize that. And also we will build dashboards and tools to give CSPs like you more visibility on what is the performance of WhatsApp or these services in your network. What is the current state? What is the possibility of improvement, and so on and so forth. So the journey started and now kind of it's going well. It's like, again, saying objective of this program is to improve user experience for over-the-top audio and video calling. This is only possible in collaboration with CSPs like you, because most of the time the traffic is actually moving within your network. And why this is important, as far as the user experience is concerned, I think that has become a differentiator for all the CSPs. We want to improve the experience, and so you want to improve the experience. So we thought, let's build this program around improving the user experience. The mission is to enable the best experience of WhatsApp and the messenger services. I'll go quick. There are a couple of slides. I will just go fast. Having this OTT voice services, I think most of you in the room are experts of telecom networks. These applications like WhatsApp calling and messenger calling, when they were developed to run on the best effort network. The network which can offer a 32 kbps of consistent bandwidth and a latency of less than 200 milliseconds. A good WhatsApp audio call should work. And if there are more resources, the application will kind of improve in terms of quality, but the bare minimum threshold was set very low. And we knew that we are not competing with Volte. Volte is a service on dedicated bearer, whereas WhatsApp or any of these OTT voice services are running on the best effort network, and they are fighting for resources with the applications which are streaming in nature. For example, if somebody is watching YouTube on the phone, or if you're at the home and you connected to your Wi-Fi, and in home your kids are watching Netflix and you're receiving a WhatsApp call, the conversational class of traffic is fighting for resources alongside with the streaming class of traffic. And that's why you will see the performance of network has direct implication on the performance of these services, because there's no guaranteed bit rate. So having said all that, we started looking at what are the type of problems users are getting in their network. And we spoke to multiple CSPs across the globe. The problems are primarily in these three buckets, which is mentioned at the bottom of the slide. One is call success. If somebody is trying to establish a call, it's not happening, or the call is going on and it's getting intermittently disconnected. Or the third is the quality of the call is not good. And when I said quality of media is not good, means either the audio is getting robotic, audio and video is going out of sync, or there are many sort of distortions. And this bucket, the third bucket, media quality, became the biggest concern which we heard from the globe. So we start tackling what could be the reasons of the quality not being good of a WhatsApp call. Now I'll go into a little bit of details on, again, this is not a deep kind of a slide deck, but I can show you for a WhatsApp call to work, these two networks like CSP networks and meta networks are working in collaboration, be it a Wi-Fi initiated a call or a cellular initiated call. All these nodes, like in case of Wi-Fi access points, BNGs, goes all the way to CGNets and the peering gateway, connects to Meta infrastructure, and then comes back to the other side. These two networks have multiple elements in multiple nodes, like CGNets or packet gateways or BNGs, which are not optimized to run an application like WhatsApp calling. There are a lot of features which are available. There are some policies which are there, which is prohibiting the calling quality to get better. And because CSPs like you don't know what is the performance in my network, you don't know what to do with that. So then we started looking at what are the areas where, imagine one of the CSPs in Middle East wants to work with us. What are the areas we have to look at when a call quality is not good? And then it became very clear that right from the base station, the radio resources, all the way to packet gateway and CGNet, we have to look at all these nodes and understand whether there are some policies or inefficient routings which are established there, which can be rectified. And based on that, we can see the performance is getting better. Now, each of these kind of areas or domains are pretty detailed in nature. Like if you look at the RAN configurations, we can kind of go into details of what are the RAN parameters configured on the E node B, all the way to the SGW or PGW, which is helping a call to improve or which is prohibiting a call to improve. And then based on that, we have developed some solutions or recommendations, which we can share with you guys if you are interested. Then again, giving a glimpse of this program got kind of very well adopted across the globe, except in the Middle East. You can see the region here, which is shaded with green. We have had 0 engagements, primarily because of 2 reasons. One, there are countries where WhatsApp calling is blocked or like it's not enabled. And then second is the awareness of this program and the methodology is not there. So when I got this opportunity, I was talking to Mehmet and I said, I think that's a good opportunity for us to start building this awareness that this program exists, which looks into the calling quality, working in collaboration with CSPs. So that is the reason I'm here. Now, why this collaboration is important? In this slide, you can see these 4 layers of quality metrics. Bottom two layers like network KPIs and network conditions are pretty much in control of operators like you. You know what is the latency in your network, what is the throughput, jitter, packet loss, and further details about the queuing delays, propagation delays, and so on and so forth. But on the other side, if you look at the top two rows, quality of experience and service level metrics, Meta as a company or any application provider has more visibility on what's happening at the application layer. All the telemetry which we have is based on the application, but we sometimes make a very kind of, we make our guesses that if the audio is breaking, it may be because of higher latency in a particular segment, or there's a problem with the link quality, but we don't know exactly. And same is on your side, you know that latency is high, but how does that translate into a calling quality or any app quality is not very crystal clear. So we thought that if we bring these 4 layers together and Meta sitting next to the CSP and exchanging the information on the metrics like the user ratings or the composite metric like percentage bad, what is the percentage of bad calls in a network, and also telling you what is the packet loss concealment, what is the video bit rate, what are the kind of drop rates we are seeing. We will together make more informed decision that if a call is bad, the reason could be ABCD. And from there, this kind of initiative started that we bring top 2 layers of the metrics on the table, and CSPs like you can bring the bottom 2, and we sit together and solve a problem. Now, when I say composite metrics or what we measure from our side, we do measure a lot of quality metrics, but these are the 2 metrics which is on the top of the chart. First is called percentage bad or unhealthy calls. What does that mean? That means if in your network there are 100 calls happening, how many of those calls are giving frustrating user experience? And there could be many reasons of a user getting frustrated. But if one of the reasons is big enough, we tag that call as a bad call. And we have information about each network, what is the percentage bad or unhealthy call rate in that network. And if needed, we can go further deeper into layers, which side of the network, which like location, I'll not say precise location, but which P gateway location is contributing higher bad calls versus there's a segment which is actually super good. There's nothing to do. We can do all that kind of analysis from the percentage bad perspective, and this is a quality metrics. The second metrics, which is more on the efficiency side of the equation, is called P2P success rate. That means if 2 users, and I'll take a random example of Etisalat, users are calling each other who are part of the same ASN, whether that call is routed point to point or peer to peer, or it is routed through one of the Meta's instances. If it is routed peer to peer, we call it P2P success. And we want P2P success to be higher and higher because, shortest path between 2 endpoints. We don't want the traffic to pass through Meta's servers unnecessary. So we measure what is the P2P success rate in a network, and higher is better. So today, in the interest of time, I'll not take too much time. I'll give you a glimpse of what I see anonymously in the network, and then what we can do together. Can I get a quick kind of thumbs up that whether I'm going good? Is it too fast, too slow? Okay, I will assume that's going good. And I stopped seeing the room for some reason. Yeah, I can see the room now. Cool. That's why I love to be face to face, because face to face is a different ball game. But anyways, now going into a little bit deeper, when we say bad calls, you can see this slide on where we have 4 boxes. The one on red is bad calls. Then there are fair calls, good calls, and great calls. We have well-defined thresholds for each of these buckets. But our objective in this program is to reduce the bad calls and move them towards the right as much as possible. And in the networks where calls are already fair and good, we want to make them great. When we say great calls, means high definition calls, where the video resolution is like 480p or more. And it will have like, it needs like 500 kbps or more of consistent bandwidth with very good latency. So that is the kind of objective. We categorize each network. We tell you what is the percentage bad in your network and what is the percentage of HD in your network. And then we can decide like whether there's a scope of improvement. I'm saying there are networks in the world which are already extremely good and they don't need much to kind of improve. But there are networks which needs a lot of improvement. So, and then, so this is like how we collaborate. We first talk to the CSPs like you, gather the inputs, understand the problem statement on what exact problem you're facing, maybe from the user experience perspective or from the network perspective. And then we try to identify the root cause, looking at the QoS and QE metrics. Based on the root cause, we have some solutions which has worked in multiple operators. We can suggest those solutions and can help you try that into one part of a network. If everything works fine, we scale that intervention across the network and measure what is the ultimate quality gains, both on the technical side, also on the business side. Like now, how does WhatsApp work? I know this presentation, like 30 minutes is too short to kind of give you any details there. But if you go back to the analogy of a typical circuit switched calling, WhatsApp calling also have these 2 building blocks, signaling function and the media function. Signaling function is responsible for all call establishment related workflows, like call connection, path establishment, when you disconnect, its termination, and also uploading the telemetry during the call and after the finishing of the call. And this is a TCP-based TCP-based protocol are used, proprietary in nature for Meta, but underneath it's TCP. For media stack, we have sub-stack of video pipeline, audio pipeline, rate adaptation. That means the application constantly measures the available resources, and based on the available resources, it calibrates the pacing on which it wants to sense data and receive data. So that kind of rate adaptation, and then media transport. It's on RTP over UDP. So going ahead, I will give you a quick glimpse on how the signaling function works, and maybe giving a glimpse on how the media flows happen. For these 2 caller and callee on the slide, whenever you make a call, the caller, the request goes to one of the media servers, which is sitting on Meta's infrastructure. This Meta infrastructure could be the MNAs, Meta Network Appliances, or the edge POPs, or the other locations. But signaling traffic will always hit one of the Meta server, which has the information about the remote party which you're calling. So the kind of, how to say, in parallel to HLR, the kind of information about the other numbers will be available there. This Meta instance will then send a request to the callee party, sharing the information about the handset types, the codecs used, the encryption keys, all the kind of required messages to the callee. And if callee agrees that they want to take this call, exchange this information all across, and then tell WhatsApp application sitting on the client that you have these paths available. One is this peer-to-peer path, other is the relay path. you make your decision which path you want to choose for the real traffic or the payload to flow. And in this slide, I'm showing like those two paths which are available from caller to callie. The green one is called P2P, where the real calling payload is not touching Meta's infrastructure. You can see access network to transport network and going again to access network and hitting the phone. Whereas the red path is actually going through Meta's infrastructure. And this call, which is passing through relay, the red one is called relay call. We want most of the calls to be following this green path as much as possible, because one, it is more efficient. Second, we have seen better P2P, better quality of experience. And third is it's like not using resources on Meta side also. But there are configurations in packet gateway and CGNets which prohibit this path to get established. That's why in few networks you will see P2P success rate is very low, and in other networks it's very high. So this is just a very top level glimpse on the paths. Now I can show you, maybe I have 5 more minutes, a couple of case studies which, like the kind of number crunching we did for this session is we took example of one of the countries, Kuwait in Middle East, and did this analysis on what is the P2P success rate for the three operators in the country there. I'm not naming the operators here, just keeping it confidential. One of the operators with the green line is already at 85% or so. 85% calls are peer-to-peer in their network. The second operator is somewhere around 80%, 75 to 80%. But the third one is pretty low, 35% or so. They did some changes later part of October and it's improved, but it's way below the national average. And the line on the top, which is yellow, industry best, you can clearly see 90% or more is very much achievable for everyone. So the reason I'm showing you this is one of the examples of a country where 3 operators are having 3 different P2P success rates. And let me go to the next one. Then we have done analysis for all the other countries. I'm not showing them here. I'm just giving you a few examples. Like Bahrain, 3 operators. One is at 82%, other is 85%, third one is 79%. In Kuwait, I think these are the numbers you have already seen. In Qatar, we have seen 67%, 53%. And as you go along the way, there are CSPs which are as low as 10% or 5% P2P. 95% of their calls are getting relayed through Meta. But because they are not aware, they don't have a dashboard where they can see this, we are not taking any action. So the reason of bringing this kind of knowledge today in this forum is to kind of invite you guys that if you want to understand this more into details, we will be happy to work with you one-on-one, explain you how does this work, what will be the changes you have to make to improve this, and what will be the impact on the user experience and quality. Second lens is the percentage bad. We have taken these 2 examples of Bahrain and Kuwait. In these 2 examples, you can see the red bars are representing video calls and the blue bars are representing audio calls. We can actually dissect this data from multiple other lenses. Only in cellular, only in Wi-Fi, when you're making international calls, all those performance stats are available. Just to make you understand like which segment of the network is not performing. We are just giving you one slice of information. So in case of Bahrain, one operator, I don't know, it's visible for you guys small, having audio calls, percentage bad is 3%, and video calls 9.52%. And this is across the board. If you see, audio calls are better in nature because they are not resource intensive. Video calls have higher challenges. But still, I'll say all three kind of operators in Bahrain is in the bucket of fair to good. These numbers can be optimized further, but I'll not say that this is too bad. Same is Kuwait. You can see 12%, 11%, 11%. These numbers can go down to 8, 7% bad, but still not too good, not too bad. These other numbers which you see here are because some of the operators are not allowing WhatsApp calls to happen. That's why the data is a little distorted. But I have seen few networks percentage bad is as high as 25%. Like take this example of the second last CSP where the audio calls are 8% bad, video calls are 24% bad. And this is not a distorted data. This is a real data. We will not tell you which CSP is this because it's like confidential, but the idea of bringing this to you that all these analysis is available in a dashboard and the reasons and the causes of why a call is good or bad. So what are next steps? First is kickstart the engagement with the interested groups and build awareness. This is the first step on how WhatsApp call works. Today I have given you like just 30,000 feet view, but we have a lot of details on the codecs and how exactly a call takes a path and decides how it wants to be routed. And we measure telemetry every 30 seconds of the call. So some portion of the call may be kind of bad versus others and so on and so forth. So first is build understanding. Second is drilling down more on the problem statement. What is the problem in your network specifically? And third is like sharing with you the best practices and propose interventions which can improve quality and efficiency. And we are happy to kind of walk with you guys in this journey. Mehmet is there. If you have any specific doubt or if you want to have a deeper dive session, we will be happy to connect back with you guys. There are more information, but I don't want to share too much. Like this is all from my side. I hope this was useful and it's a good use of your time. Happy to take some questions. We have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Guys, any questions to Meta?
I can't hear the audio from the room for some reason.
Well, does anyone have technical issues? Sorry. Any questions? I guess Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar are fine. We need the remaining guys to talk to you on ways to enhance the WhatsApp calls. I see no questions here, so thank you very much, Bartendu. And yeah, we call it. Thank you, and see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Thank you.